Whether we realize it or not, we live in a world surrounded by food preservation. If we go to the grocery store, we have a freezer section, we have refrigerated food, we have canned food, food in boxes. It's all over. In the 18th century, they had none of these techniques, and yet we live in an America that relied on food preservation. Food preservation wasn't invented in the 18th century. To find the origins of food preservation, we have to go back to ancient Egyptians, to the Romans, to the ancient Greeks, to the Vikings. There we can see the seeds of these methods come together. The simplest and oldest technique is drying. How do we get food dry? We want to pull the moisture out of it. And with some items, that happens naturally. All the grains, especially something like maize or corn that we grow here in the United States by the million tons. Corn naturally dries right there in the field. If you look at the ear of corn, it grows up nice and green, and as soon as it starts to ripen, it starts to dry out and it droops on the stalk, and it's got a natural husk on it, and it dries right there in the field. All we have to do is wait, and then at the end of the season, we pull that off. All we have to do to preserve that is to keep it dry. That's it. It is already dried and perfect in the field. That's similar with things like wheat, barley, rye, even beans, rice, all very similar to that. They basically preserve themselves. For example, the ancient Native Americans are using corn as one of their staple crops, something to eat all through the year because they had corn that they could preserve by drying it. It's just not the grains that we're drying though. We can dry all sorts of products. Meat, for instance, we can just simply cut different kinds of meat into thin strips and dry it in the sun. Now that sounds a little strange to us. We might think that meat is going to go bad, but if we cut it thin enough, it will extract the moisture rapidly enough that it hasn't gone bad at all, and it'll be a nice dried product that can last a long time. Maybe it won't last as long as grains, which might last for a decade or two, but it's still a very good preservation technique, and it can be used with something that's probably not an oily meat. Something like beef or a lot of different kinds of fish are just simply dried. Probably wouldn't want to do that with pork or with something greasy like chicken or duck. And it really depends on the region you're at. If you're in a very dry and especially cold atmosphere, drying is perfect. So stockfish that was done in Northern Europe, they would dry this, basically almost freeze dry it naturally in the environment. Perfect. No salt, no nothing, just drying. A classic food to dry in the sun would be different kinds of fruit, especially grapes that we turned into raisins, drying things like apricots or apples, and the Native Americans drying pumpkin and using that for months in the future for something like a wonderful succotash. Not every climate or season is good for drying things outside in the sun. Maybe you don't have sun, or you're in a part of the world that just never gets dry. And if you want to dry something, you have to have an alternative method. You have to have a cold fire situation, or just apply heat to it. Without cooking it, or even without smoking it, we want to just heat it up. So we'll have slightly warm ovens, or situations where maybe above a fireplace in a household where it's always dry, and we can dry things like herbs or different grains, even flowers, to keep them preserved for longer. The application of heat to the drying process leads us directly to smoking and how that helps preserve food for longer periods of time. Smoking meat is very popular today, and it's popular today because of the amazing flavor it brings to the food. Usually hot smoking, it's really almost a cooking technique. They may have wanted that flavor, but in the 18th century, preservation was the important part about smoking. They were doing cold smoking, and that layer of smoke on the outside, there's different kinds of chemicals there that resist bacteria and even insects from getting into the food and destroying it. Smoking could be done in almost any environment. If you've got a smokehouse, that makes it really easy. But not everybody could have a smokehouse. But most houses did have a large fireplace. They were capable of having things hanging up higher in the chimney for smoking. there's even people that lament about the change in the fireplaces in the 19th and 20th century, that there was no longer any place in the house to smoke. But smoking could also be done outside, and a lot of smoking was done in primitive situations over a campfire. You just make a rack of twigs to hold the items up off the fire, and you can lay things out and smoke them for days at a time. You'll get a little bit of sun helping to dry the item, and then smoke and the heat off the fire. It's usually done in a combination in our time period. It starts off with a salting process, and then you smoke on top of that. Smoking really lends itself to certain kinds of meats and certain kinds of cuts. The most popular one in the 18th century is bacon. Their bacon probably a little different than our bacon today. But even today, most bacon is smoked or cured. We desire that flavor. In the 18th century, it was all about preserving that bacon so that it would last for months and months. Today, our bacon probably isn't very old at all, and we don't need to worry about that because of refrigeration. Smoking's been popular for hundreds, even thousands of years. We have stories about Roman soldiers on the march. They're eating smoked sausage. Fish can be smoked in several different ways. You see a lot of very primitive situations where they would just smoke fish on a little rack, or very industrially in the 18th century where they would lightly salt a fish and then smoke it in large smoking situations like a smokehouse here. Another ancient technique for food preservation is salting. Salting can happen in a lot of different ways, and it's been done for thousands of years. We have images of the ancient Egyptians salting fowl. There are several different kinds of food that lend themselves to salting, and several different salting techniques or even ingredients to salting that really cause food to preserve for a great period of time. Meat is a real challenge to preserve, and salting is one of the most common ways of preserving meat. But meat isn't the only thing that we can salt. We can salt things like vegetables or even fruit. When we're preserving meat, though, we usually do either a dry method of salting or a wet method of salting, sort of salting in a brine solution. When we dry preserve meats, we'll use something like a beef, and we will essentially coat it with salt and allow it to dry in the open for several days. And that will draw all the moisture out of the meat, at least as much as we can do in a couple of days. And then we will take all that salt off and pack those pieces of beef in a barrel of salt. And that will continue to slowly draw the moisture out, drying that product out, and that salt will penetrate the beef as far as it can and keep any kind of bacterial growth from happening. But some things are better preserved in a wet pickle, sometimes they call it. It isn't true pickling, which uses vinegar, but a pickling that's in a brine solution. So we will do that to something like pork. So we'll do the same thing. We'll take our cuts of pork, we will coat them with salt in the open, and then pack it in a barrel with more salt, and then pour brine on top of that. That will cause the salt to continue to penetrate into the meat, and it'll cause a softer product. So pork is one of the best things to salt, but it really needs to stay in that brine solution. Now, if we go in and we take pork out of a pork barrel that's been preserved in that method, we will probably have to repack the barrel several different times. So this salted pork might last up to a year, but if we open up that barrel at all, we will have to repack it several times. And each time we'll take that brine out, we'll boil it again to sterilize it, and then repack the barrel. Again, this will last a long time, a full season, a full year, until there's more pork to salt. The end goal here of the brine solution is to keep the meat secure from air. It's to seal that off so that the meat stays good. The brine solution here is a very concentrated salt water. And this is used in all kinds of situations. Most households, they would have a family pig, and at the end of that growing season in the fall, that pig would be slaughtered, and to save up that meat for the rest of the year, they're going to salt that. Besides beef and pork, fish was another food product that was salted abundantly in our time period and previously to that. Fish really lends itself to salting. It's a fairly small cut usually, and the salt penetrates the fish flesh very, very rapidly. And so we can salt in a bunch of different kinds of ways. They would even bring large quantities of salt along with them when they were fishing to sort of pre-salt the fish, to keep them from going bad before they even got back to port. And then a more intense process of salting would go on for some different kinds of fish products. Another classic product for salting that we don't think about much is butter. So today we have salted butter because we like the flavor of salted butter. But salted butter, especially in our time period, it was much more heavily salted and salted because that would preserve it. It's interesting to look at the period recipes because they use different types of salt, different grain sizes of salt, all in one recipe, knowing that it takes different kinds of salt to penetrate the meat and continue to penetrate the meat. If we use just one kind of salt, it's not going to do it right, and it's not going to give us the right kind of flavor. Sometimes regular salt, sodium chloride, isn't enough to preserve the meat, especially from particularly bad organisms like botulism. If we want to protect against botulism, you have to use something like sodium nitrate or potassium nitrate, and that is included in many of these salting recipes. Now you might think that this salted meat sounds too powerful to eat, and in a sense it really is. It's probably the reason why we don't see a lot of salted meat products today, because you just can't cook with them immediately and have anything that's palatable at all. It's way too strong. So to cook a salt beef or to cook a salt pork or salted fish especially, you have to soak them in water and even discard the water several times, add more water back in. So it might take an entire day of preparing your salt meat before you're ready to cook it in a dish so that it's edible at all. In our 18th century time period, storing items in a brine solution was called pickling. But true pickling is storing food in an acid environment. Basically, we were taking food items and submerging them in vinegar. And the classic today would be pickled eggs or pickled onions. Those are very common, but that isn't the only thing that we pickle today, and certainly not the only thing that was pickled in the 18th century. We can pickle meat, but usually pickled meat is a cooked meat, and then it's submerged in the vinegar. They had collared meat products that they called in our time period that would be a meat that was rolled up with lots of different kinds of spices. It would be cooked, sometimes it was dried, and then submerged in our vinegar pickle. Now this would cause a very soft meat when it came out of that and had a very, very distinct flavor. This is probably the most common method of preserving food in the 18th century as well as today. Everybody can go to the store and get a jar of pickles. And a lot of our food products today are stored with a specific kind of acid content, particularly for that preservation that's going on. What's kind of interesting here is what started as a food preservation technique turns into something today we desire as a flavor and a texture difference. We want that brightness and the little bit of saltiness that we get out of a pickled food product that in the beginning it was all about food preservation. Now it's all about flavor. In pickling, we're placing our food in an acid solution. But what if we could have the food create the acid itself? That's where fermentation comes into play. Probably one of the most classic fermented products that was popular in the time period and popular today is sauerkraut. It's pretty amazing. We can take cabbage, which was very inexpensive in our time period, a typical food for the poor. We can slice it thinly, Place it into a crock with a little bit of salt in layers. It will naturally start to pull that moisture out, and then it will start to ferment. Ferment with yeast that's sort of right there. The sugar that comes out of that cabbage starts to ferment and turn into a little bit of alcohol and bring its own acid into it. And this gives it a great flavor, and it preserves the cabbage. Now, fermenting obviously isn't just going on here in the 18th century. It's being used for thousands of years all around the world, especially all those amazing pickled products from Asia. Beer is a fermented product, and of course we enjoy it today, but it was the lifeblood of the 18th century. There are places that the water is not safe to drink, but yet the beer was. Now, all we're taking here is converting some of the sugars from the grains, we're fermenting that, and of course, we desire that kind of flavor that we get. Now, this happens not just in beer, but fermenting is going on in wine. Fermentation is also used for milk products, and we can do multiple different kinds of fermentation with milk. We can let milk just sour or turn it into a buttermilk. We can also make soft cheeses and hard cheeses. It's all about what kind of culture is going on and how much salt might be in a mixture to save milk, not just days, but months or even years. Sometimes preservation isn't about necessarily survival, but it's about how to best use what we have, especially if too much comes in at once. If we have a giant harvest of fruit, maybe the best way to keep from wasting it is to turn it into an alcohol. We might turn it into a wine or even distill that into a brandy. Using sugar is another way to preserve food. Usually it's done with something like fruits. They really lend themselves to sugar preservation. And this again has been done for hundreds of years. We have the Romans submerging things in honey. And in our time period, they're sugaring different things, coating them in sugar. That sort of draws out the moisture. And the sugar itself is antibacterial. It keeps them from spoiling. Another way to achieve the same thing, especially with fruit, is to make a concentrate. We drive the moisture out of the fruit, usually just by boiling it, and that increases its sugar content to the point where it won't spoil. Jams or jellies are something that we have today that we use, and we just take that fruit and we boil it down. Sometimes we add a little bit of sugar and it'll keep for a long time. There's circumstances where they didn't know that fermentation was going on. We have a combination of preservation techniques happening. So sausage is a perfect example. We will have a salt going into our sausage to preserve it. We'll have spices going in to preserve it. We'll have smoking going on. And there's also fermentation that's happening almost exactly at the same time. It makes it a very complex product with a lot of complex flavors, and all these different things add up to a preserved food. You probably have canned food in your pantry right now. They didn't have cans in the 18th century, certainly not metal cans, but they did have a way to do almost exactly the same thing. Now, in a canning situation, we are bringing a food up to a pasteurized temperature, and we're sealing that food away from any kind of oxygen, and so that no new bacteria can get into that environment to infect the food and start to make it spoil. In the 18th century, they did potted meats, which effectively did almost exactly the same thing. They would cook a meat in a little kind of vessel like this. Usually it was very finely shredded. They would cook it with a lot of fats that would necessarily kind of move up to the top and then seal that off, sort of automatically. And then they would come in and put a little bit of a paper seal on top just so that the fats on the top could not spoil on the very top of that. Clarified butter was sometimes added to the top, again to seal that off, a natural fat barrier to keep oxygen away from the food. And we would preserve things in bottles in the time period. Whole fruit, something like cherries or strawberries, we could submerge them in water or sometimes in alcohol that would preserve them for a very long period of time. And the bottle is specifically made to have a small surface area so that oxygen couldn't get to the contents. Now these are all in hard containers, usually ceramic or glass, and today we would use metal. But in the time period, sometimes they would use the food itself to seal it away from the air. So they would cook specific pies, meat pies, with a very, very hard crust. And the crust itself was not really meant to be eaten. It was to seal the food for preservation. We think of meat pies today and we want to eat the crust, and that's part of it. But in the time period, it was all about food preservation. And the crust was something that might not be good after a couple of weeks, but the contents still would be. So we'd eat the inside and then throw away the crust. There are all these food preservation techniques, and there's one set of people that seem to have to use all of them, at least in one little kind of way, and that's the military, and maybe even specifically men on board Navy ships of the time period. They have to use all these different food techniques because they are away from land. There is very little food that you can just get out in the middle of nowhere. Yes, occasionally you can catch a fish, but you can't depend on that. So they use salt provisions, they use fermenting, they use all these different things together so that they can survive over thousands of miles of ocean travel. It can be easy for us to imagine that we would need food preservation for winter. But the reality is there's so much more to that, especially in the 18th century and for people in North America. You can't travel the oceans, and that's how you get here, unless you have food preservation. You can't move from the East Coast into the West unless you have food preservation. You really can't have America without food preservation. There's nothing worse than the same bland food day after day. Even if we have a wonderful steak, but it's plain, it's without spice or without sauce, we'll get bored of it very, very rapidly. We want flavor. The same thing is true for the 18th century. People in the 18th century, they craved wonderful flavors and diversity in flavors. Spices are incredibly common in the 18th century. Whole industries were driven by spices. The king of spice, nutmeg, brought from halfway across the world to feed England, to feed America. People are just so desirous of these flavors. Nutmeg is so common, mace is common, we have cinnamon, we have lots of pepper, all these expensive spices. And truly, these spices are spices for the rich. Yes, everyone desired them, but not everyone could afford them. The fact that the spices were so expensive drives desire for them. Nutmeg coming from the South Pacific, we've got all kinds of spices coming out of Asia, we have different spices even coming out of the West Indies, things like allspice. One of the most common ones that's kind of looked down upon is ginger, because it was less expensive in the time period, but still used a lot, giving you a nice, hot, spicy food. Now, poor people in the 18th century are just as desirous of these wonderful and expensive flavors. They aren't just sitting there eating the same plain food and not wanting something different. They want wonderful flavors, but they can't afford them. Our cookbooks, yeah, they're filled with spices because they're cookbooks for rich people. There aren't cookbooks for poor people in the 18th century. Nobody's bothering to write for these people. They can't afford a cookbook, much less the spices. This makes researching poor people food in our time period kind of difficult, but we do have some wonderful clues to that. And it turns out that there are ways to get wonderful spicy flavors without expensive spices, spices that you have to import from halfway across the world. What if you can get those wonderful spicy flavors out of your kitchen garden right outside your door so that they really don't cost you really anything? And that's exactly what they're doing. Kitchen gardens are very popular in our time period. Every poor person usually has enough room that they can have a little tiny garden for growing these spicy flavors. While their kitchen garden couldn't supply them with nutmeg, cinnamon, allspice, it could give them some other wonderful spicy flavors. Things like onions, garlic, leeks, different sorts of herbs. All sorts of things can come out of a simple kitchen garden. Now, using things from your kitchen garden like that to spice your food, something like onions or garlic, that's looked down upon. Rich people would call these folks garlic eaters. This is from Nicholas Creswell's journal in 1776. He's in New Jersey or New York. When one Collins, an Irish merchant, and myself rambled about town till 3 in the afternoon before we could get anything for breakfast. At length we found a little Dutch tippling house and persuaded the old woman to get us something to eat. It was a stew of pork bones and cabbage, so full of garlic. Nothing but necessity would have compelled me to eat it, and my companion would not taste another mouthful. The enslaved population in North America played a vital role in developing just these sorts of flavors. They're in their kitchen garden growing those special flavors in things like tomatoes and chili peppers. When researching cooking for the poor, a book I've found that's been very, very helpful is this New Art of Cookery by Juan Altamires, and it's sort of translated for us and annotated by Vicki Hayward. And this book really is outstanding for the time period. It's full of Spanish cookery, so that's a little different than what we're used to, and it does have a lot of different ingredients than you would normally find in English cookery. But Juan here is a friar, and he is specifically creating a cookbook that has dishes that aren't these super high expensive dishes. Dishes that can be done by poor people or even in poor settings, like a poor monastery, which is what he was working within. There were people within this setting that were not happy that he did a cookbook like this. And the cookbook is written in a very, very personal manner. And he has a lot of sort of internal anecdotes inside of the recipes so that we get a real glimpse into what he was thinking about when he used particular kinds of ingredients. And a lot of the spicing, a lot of the flavors here come not from those expensive spices. I don't think you'll find nutmeg anywhere in this cookbook, certainly not used extensively. No, you will find things like garlic, tomato, and other simple herbs to give you those intense flavors that you would normally get with expensive spices. Spain in the 18th century was very different than it had been 100 and 200 years previously. It had been a superpower, if not the world superpower. And by the time we get to 1745, when this was printed, they're on the way down. And they were having a lot of internal problems as well as crop failures. Unlike in America, Spain in this time period had a very large population of peasants, of poor people, compared to a very small population of rich people. So therefore, they had a large tradition of using non-expensive spices to get you those wonderful flavors. A really good recipe from this cookbook that demonstrates what we've been talking about is this lamb and pepper stew. And let me give you a quick read of it. The translation goes like this. For pebre, prepare your meat servings. Brown them in your stew pot. Take note of their weight so your other ingredients are in proportion. Pound garlic, salt, and peppercorns together in your metal mortar. Wash them into the olla with water. Throw in bay leaves, and for every 30 servings, a pound of olive oil and a cured ham bone. Even a bone with very little meat on it gives a lot of flavor to a stew. Now put it to cook over a gentle fire, and when it is done, dress it with a handful of parsley, pounded hard-boiled eggs, thinned with the stew's juice, some sharp citrus juice, or even better, tomatoes. Let all this simmer together for a little while. It is very good, a tasty dish to serve every so often. But take note, the flavors are more intense than in other stews. I love this recipe because of the ingredients it uses. Many things that we don't normally use on the channel, especially for 18th century English cookery. So we don't use, at least us particularly, use a lot of lamb or mutton. So we've got some lamb here. It uses a lot of Garlic and tomatoes, again, super rare. You just do not see that much in English cookery. And this idea that it's this very intensely flavored stew. And so many times we think about English cookery, the time period, being bland, right? But this is anything but that. The recipe mentions an olla, and that's a ceramic cooking vessel, something like this, usually a little bit more rounded, especially at the bottom. And we see that a lot in Spanish cookery. You also see cooking in ceramic pots like this, many times in Dutch cookery and probably even English cookery too. And that's for cooking very low and slow. It's basically a ceramic casserole dish. You have a nice, fairly tight fitting lid on it. They don't take a lot of heat very well. So you have to be very careful when you're cooking with these, and they tend to be sort of semi-disposable. They're not going to last for more than maybe a couple of months, but they were fairly inexpensive cooking vessels at the time period, and so you'll see them a lot, especially probably in poor people cooking. Today we'll be using a black cast iron pot. These are nice thick-walled pots, so they really work well for a dish that needs to simmer a long time, and they're really sturdy. To start out this recipe, we're gonna brown our lamb. I'm gonna cut this up into little bite-sized pieces. For the lamb here, we're using a leg cut, which is typical for these kind of stewed lamb dishes. And then we'll brown it in our cooking vessel with a little bit of olive oil, and then we'll let that stew and simmer a little while to kind of break down. Now we'll mix the salt, pepper, and garlic, grind that up into a paste that we can wash into the cooking vessel. After our meat has stewed for about an hour and a half, I'm gonna add in some smashed boiled egg, a little bit of parsley, and a tomato or two. There's a lot of fascinating techniques and ingredients used in this cookbook, and it's specifically Spanish, but I was amazed by the connections that I found, specifically with that Cresswell reading. 1776, he's in New York, and he's eating a soup of pork bones that has lots and lots of garlic in it. It's almost exactly like this recipe. Here we go. This smells amazing, and it's got a really fun and a great look to it. So even though it's kind of a simple dish, and I thought it was gonna end up kind of being watery, but it's really got a rich stew kind of consistency to it, which is the way I like it. I like a nice thick stew. So this looks great. I can't wait to try this, and I'm really wondering about those intense flavors he talks about in the recipe itself. Let's find out. Man, that lamb is so tender and great flavors. You got to try this one out. So good. We take lighting for granted. We walk into a room in the dark, we turn on the light, and amazing things happen. If that light switch doesn't work, if the lights don't come on, the room is dead. It's impossible to use. In the 18th and 19th century, lighting was incredibly difficult and important. The lighting industry and the trades related to that were a big economic driver. They created a lot of jobs and a lot of taxation. It doesn't matter whether you're the poorest person or the richest person, there were three main sources of light. You had light from open fires, like fireplaces, and some people, that was their only light they might have in their home at night. And then there are oil lamps. You can have all kinds of different simple oil lamps and very expensive oil lamps. And then the classic, the one we think about all the time, candles. And candles are a very special kind of light source. They are actually a technological innovation. The candle topic today is very interesting because candles are extremely popular today, but most people enjoy candles because of their scent or because of the atmosphere they bring. But in the 18th century, candles were a tool, like a flashlight might be a tool. Now, yes, some people were using very high-end, expensive candles, and then other people, the lowest possible, cheapest candle you can imagine. The very richest people can afford these amazing candles from the 18th century. Spermaceti candles made from the spermaceti from sperm whales. That candle was the quintessential candle, a beautiful white, bright flame. Didn't smoke, smelled great, And these candles were the candles that candle power is based on. Even today, when we rate a lighting source and how bright it is, we talk about candle power. That's based on the spermaceti candle. Most rich people are using beeswax candles. They are a very expensive candle for the time period. Wax isn't as easy to come by, and in Great Britain, they were a taxed item. So these beeswax candles are expensive. Again, they smell great, they put out a great flame, and a lot of light. But for the poor and the working class, the standard working candle was the tallow candle. And a tallow candle is made from the suet or tallow from oxen and from sheep, usually mixed together in a 50-50 percentage. And this created an inexpensive candle that would work well, but only really in cooler temperatures. Beef tallow really starts to break down at about 100 degrees. If you get to maybe 90 or even 95, the candle starts to bend. Even in my hand, this candle is starting to melt. They're very delicate candles. They do work well for a while. They can burn rather quickly, and the candle wick has to be in the very center of the candle, or this candle really starts to fail rapidly. A lot of people make their own candles today. And when we think about this poor working class person, let's say in Great Britain, we think they're probably going to be making their own candles. Even if they don't have molds, they could make simple dip candles, right? Guess what? It was illegal in Great Britain to make candles in your own home unless you had a license. There was a law created in 1709 that made it illegal to make your own candles, and they were taxing candles. Because there was a war at the time, they wanted to fund this war, and so they decided they would tax candles and candle wax for that purpose. The war ended in 1711, just 2 years later. The tax didn't disappear for another 120 years. Not only did it regulate candles, but it also regulated what you could use for an oil lamp. So the next best thing, people would use an oil lamp. Well, it regulated the kind of oil you could use in your oil lamp. In Great Britain at the time, Rush lights were popular because it was an untaxed light source. And these were a rush that was dipped in maybe hog's lard or something like that. And they did not burn very well. They didn't create very much light, and they smoked a lot. But it was a very inexpensive light source. And interestingly enough, rush lights never got to be popular in the colonies. Why? Because their candles weren't taxed. The fuel of the candle, the wax or tallow, is only a single component. The important part of a candle is the wick. We think of wicks as a very simple kind of a string that goes through a candle. And in the 18th century, they were simply a kind of string. But there's a lot more to a candle wick than that. If you look closely at a modern candle wick, it is braided. And it's a flat braid, and if you knew exactly how it was manufactured, it's a little tighter on one side than the other. So they braid it very, very carefully. This was an innovation in the 1830s and 40s, when they were really working on the candle technology. When braided in that way, as the candle burns, the wick starts to curve over and make a little curve at the top. That makes it so the wick is only a very particular length. You only want that wick to be about 1/4 of an inch or 3/8 of an inch long. If it gets any longer than that, it'll get a smoky end to it, and it will start to get too hot, and it will melt all the wax too quickly. It wants to create a pool of liquid wax just the right size so that it doesn't run over the top, and then you lose that liquid wax. So this simple string in the 18th century candle, because it wasn't braided yet, it would burn too tall, and it would cause too much heat on the candle would melt instantly, it would gutter, and it would ruin. Somebody had to go around and trim the wicks on your candle. So there were special scissors with a little box that would hold the burning wick. You don't see these anymore because we don't need them for our modern wicks, but that's a standard tool. There were a lot of them in the 18th century. Every rich household that used lots of candles would have someone, like a servant, go around trimming the wicks on the candles. And when I say fuel for the candle, I mean the tallow or the wax. And if we think about what's going on here with the candle, it's an amazing innovation here. The candle by itself burns, it holds its flame. What's happening is this solid fuel, the tallow or the wax, is creating a liquid pool, like a pool of oil. But what's really burning in the candle is a gas form of that same oil. So we have all three forms of that fuel: the solid on the outside, the liquid, and then the gas as it goes and burns at the wick itself. And the wick isn't really burning so much, but the gas of the oil, that's where the flame is coming from. There were even scientific papers from the time, pages and pages of study about what's going on exactly with the flame of the candle. There are all these air currents that are happening around in that. It's very interesting that this was the beginning of scientific innovation, and this is one of the places they started to study. There were three main methods of making candles in the 18th century. We are all familiar with candle molds and making candles. And that was probably the main way of making at least high-end candles for the time period. They had molds, especially the more industrial candle making in Great Britain. They had special kind of modular molds so that they would make a candle. They could make many candles at once, and they had a special tray that would hold them together. We're more familiar with the simple 6 or 8 style candle mold. That's probably something that's more like a colonial candle mold design for somebody making candles at home. There are also dipped candles. And a lot of dipping is going on, even in an industrial kind of way. Someone's sitting over a pot of molten wax, and they are dipping wicks over and over, letting them cool, dipping them again, and slowly building up a layer of candle wax on the outside of those. Many times those are misshapen, and those sorts of candles have to be rolled out and flattened. And then a style that we don't think about much today, and that is a method of pouring the wax over the top of these wicks to create that candle. Again, these made very misshapen looking candles, and they had special rolling tables that they would roll those out flat. And they would make thousands and thousands of candles. While most people could afford some kind of candle at times, oil lamps were extremely popular. And oil lamps could burn something as simple as waste oils from the kitchen, something like bacon grease. Yes, it made a smoky, smelly fire, but it was a lot less expensive than candles. In Britain, even what was burned in your oil lamp was regulated. You couldn't burn tallow in your oil lamp. You had to burn a different kind of waste oil from the kitchen. So there were multiple different kinds of simple oil lamps. Some of them nothing more than a simple metal tray with a little bit of a spout edge to it. And you would just lay a wick in there, pour your oil in, and light that, and it would work. This simple one has 4 different spouts, so you could light all 4 to get a little more light. Some of the oil lamps in the 18th century had a better design. They had an internal spout that kept the oil from dripping off the side. And so something like a Betty lamp like this one would be much more desirable, but more expensive. Very simple oil lamps like this are typical for not just the 18th century, but they are thousands of years old. Because lighting was in such demand, it created a lot of industry around it. Not just the candle makers, but people that had to make all the vessels for burning. Oil lamps might be made out of iron, they might be made out of tin or copper or even pottery. And lanterns. You really can't use a candle or even an oil lamp in any sort of situation where there's any wind at all unless you have a lantern. So there are some people who are directly connected with lighting. People that go around lighting street lamps at night in the 18th century, having to go and trim the wicks or clean the globes on your street lamps. And street lighting was a very important thing. It really started to be an important industry in France in the 17th century. Great Britain takes on the idea of street lighting in London in the 18th century, and they have special globed oil lamps that have to be lit and then cleaned constantly. Benjamin Franklin sees the problem of the lamps lighting the streets in London in 1750s. He wants street lighting to happen in Philadelphia, and so he comes up with a new lantern design that won't smoke the glass. So it's a special oil lamp that you can have for the street lights in Philadelphia. Speaking of street lighting, I grew up around here and there's a city, Wabash, Indiana. It's just a few miles south. We drive through it all the time and they have a sign. They're famous for being the first electrically lighted city. And how did they light their city? In the 1880s, they suspended 4 electric arc lamps from the courthouse roof to light up the city, and it was amazing. Lighting affected blacksmiths and potters and tinsmiths and coppersmiths and all the people that had to deal with making the candles themselves. But that wasn't it. That fuel had to come from someplace. So beekeepers are important, along with butchers. They are harvesting and separating out all the tallow that makes the tallow candles. And then as we go into the 18th century, the whaling industry becomes incredibly important. Spermaceti for spermaceti candles. Whale oil is important way up, all the way into the 19th century for lighting. There's so much about lighting and candles in the 18th century. It's a very deep topic. This is a tallow candle that I made. It's 100% tallow, and I don't know exactly how it's gonna burn, but we're gonna try this candle out. All the other candles we've been burning here are different kinds of wax, mostly beeswax, but here's our tallow candle. I can't believe how well this is burning. It's great to be able to get in there and make a candle just like they did in the 18th century.
When I say sourdough, the first thing that probably comes to mind are internet videos on TikTok or YouTube of people that are teaching you how to make sourdough. They're explaining to you what live cultures are, and they're probably even pulling a jar out of their refrigerator and they're saying, hey, look at this, and it's this goopy, watery, smelly mess. They feed their starter and they have a regiment about it, and they're so excited about it. You go to a restaurant, they bring this beautifully crusty sourdough bread out to you that kind of has a little off taste. And some people, I'd say even 20 years ago, probably weren't really excited about that, but we are now. We look forward to that. Sourdough is huge right now, but in the 18th century, the time period that we make these videos about, people were not excited about sourdough, generally. Some people, French, maybe, but English people, American people, sourdough was not exciting to them. I know somebody who has a sourdough starter that is 130 years old, and they're so excited about it. And when I hear that and I start thinking about sourdough, it makes me think this is a time-honored tradition, and people have loved this since the beginning of the very first time they accidentally made sourdough. And I don't think that that's really the case. In fact, in the 18th century, they were making bread, and bread was so popular, we've covered it so much on the channel, that it was even regulated by law. So bread is such a part of their day, and they care so much about it, that sourdough was kind of an afterthought. It wasn't something that people were excited about. They were excited about nice, fresh bread made from the baker using yeast from the brewer. So if it wasn't sought after in the time period, then why even make it? That's the question, right? And we have to look at sourdough for what it is, not necessarily what we think that it is. They weren't using it in the same way that we are at all. In fact, they didn't have a refrigerator or someplace nice and cool to keep a sourdough starter. So it's completely flipped on its head, and sourdough is made out of necessity in the time period. If you didn't live in a place where you could just go to the brewer to get some yeast or go to the baker to get your bread, well, then where did yeast come from? And that's the question. That's the whole thing about sourdough, is what's going on with yeast, what's going on with live cultures, and what's that doing in our bread? The relationship between the brewer and the baker was essential in the time period, especially if you were living in a community. They worked together hand in hand. The baker's best friend was the brewer, because that's where he got barm. This is barm. So this is what is scraped off of a fresh batch of beer, and that is where the yeast for the bread came from. So the baker would go over to the brewer and say, hey, I need some barm, I got some baking to do. He gets his barm, he goes back, and this is how he is getting yeast into everything that he's baking for that day. So the question is, where do you get yeast if nobody's brewing beer? And that's the problem, because the folks in the 18th century, They needed bread. They wanted bread. And there are lots of ways that you can make bread without leavening, without the bread rising, right? We covered ash cakes, and we've covered all sorts of things on the channel where you have bread, but it's not the bread that's sought after. It's not this light, fluffy structure loaf of bread that they want. So how do you create that if you don't have the brewer to go take some farm from every morning? If you lived in a community of people, this wasn't a problem at all for you. Beer and bread were essential parts of the diet for folks in the 18th century. But say you were a sailor and you were going to be away for a long time, or you're traveling through the frontier and you're going somewhere away from a community, or times where it got so cold that yeast was a problem. They couldn't keep it alive. There were different instances where people had to lean on another way to make bread, and that's what we're going to talk about right now with this recipe. This recipe comes from Plows and Politics by Carl Raymond Woodward, and it's called An Experienced Wreck to Make Yeast. Boil 1 quart of wheat bran in a gallon or 3 quarts of water. Strain it and let it stand to be cold as milk from the cow. Then put in some rye flour, which is best, so as to make it as thick as yeast usually is. At the same time, put in half a spoonful of ginger and 1 gill of molasses. Stir it well together. Set it where it will be warm till it rises, which is known by its foaming and bubbling, which will be from 2 to 8 hours according to the season. As soon as it rises, set it in a cold place, but not where it will freeze, which would spoil it. It will keep in a cool place 3 or 4 days. Use it in somewhat large quantity than yeast. A pint will rise 4 large loaves. What we know now is that yeast is all around us. It's in the air. And we have different bacteria that is in our atmosphere, and that is what we're working with when we're working with sourdough. They didn't understand that science yet, but they knew something was happening. So they're boiling this wheat bran, and they're going to set that out with some flour, and they're going to let something happen to it. They don't really quite understand what's happening like we do today. But it's still a very similar process. You're going to mix together grain and water and set that out and let the atmosphere do its work. The first thing we notice in this recipe that we think now, man, that's strange, is that they're boiling this bran. We wouldn't boil this today because we're going to say, if you boil it, then you're killing what's already on the wheat bran, and we don't want to do that. They didn't quite understand that then. I'm not sure if they were trying to create a sterile sort of environment or really what was going on there. If you've got an idea, let me know in the comments section. One of the problems that we often have while we're trying to decipher 18th century recipes is that we don't get all of the measurements for everything, and that's pretty much across the board. So it gave us how much water to use, right? And it gave us how much molasses to use, and it gave us how much ginger to use. It did not give us how much flour to use. It says to make it as thick as yeast usually is. So are they talking about this, where this is the barm that they get from the brewer and it should be really loose? Or are they talking about something that we might be called like a sponge, where we're wanting to make this into like a thicker, goopier kind of paste and let it rise? Well, the truth is that I have tried this both ways, and both ways have worked for me. I like the idea of keeping it a little bit looser, so that's what we're doing in this video. And you're still probably thinking, this doesn't seem like sourdough. Just wait, we're gonna get there. For our recipe here on making yeast, we don't need nearly as much as the recipe called for, so I cut it in half. I used 1 pint of wheat bran, and I used about 2 quarts of water. You're gonna boil that. Once it boils, you're gonna remove it from heat, and you're gonna strain it and let it cool. Then you are going to add flour, the molasses, and the ginger, and then we're just gonna let that sit. Now, I will say that this says 2 to 8 hours, but it will likely take much longer than that. All right, so for our actual bread, we're gonna create a really simple bread recipe here. We're gonna take about 1.5 cups of rye flour. We're gonna take maybe 3 cups of all-purpose flour or wheat flour, whatever you have. We're gonna add some salt, and then we're gonna add about 1 cup of this mixture that we have, and then probably another cup or so of warm water just to make that paste the right consistency. Okay, so we've got our dough ball here. This is our loaf of bread. We're gonna set it aside in a minute to let it rise, but this is the really interesting part about sourdough in the time period. We're gonna take off a piece, and this is where sourdough starts to come into play, right? So this is called leaven in the time period, and leaven means old dough. And what we're gonna do with this is we're gonna store this back, and this is gonna be what we use to make our next loaf of bread. And the way that they did that was, it was just gonna be for a couple of days, or maybe the next day, they would pack this in flour to help give it a kind of a short-term preservation. If you're gonna hold it off for several days to a week or something like that, you're going to coat it in salt, and then we're even gonna bury it in the salt so that it preserves. They didn't have a refrigerator. They didn't have a way to keep this, you know, perfectly preserved. So they had to harden it. And so the cultures are gonna stay alive inside of this, but it's gonna get a crust on the outside. It's gonna be preserved. And the next time we're gonna go make bread, we're gonna scrape off as much of the salt as we can. We're gonna chop this hard bit of dough up into as many fibrous pieces as possible. We're gonna add water and stir that together, and it's going to create our new yeast for our new loaf of bread. And every time we do that, we're gonna pull off a piece, we're gonna preserve it in the same fashion. And that is how this becomes sourdough bread. Our dough has risen, our loaf is ready to bake. We set this aside for about an hour, and here we go. It looks really great. I'm excited to see what it's gonna come out like. We're gonna get into a Dutch oven right now. Researching sourdough bread in the 18th century is very difficult. They didn't have terms like sourdough, and you can't search for things like live cultures. They don't quite understand what's happening with all those things. You eventually come across leaven, and then you think, okay, well, leaven is just leavening bread. But in the time period, they referred to leaven as this old dough that they were storing back to be able to create bread in the future. So old dough method or leaven is really what you arrive at when you're looking for sourdough. And it's funny because I think a lot of times today we think of sourdough bread as this old method of cooking. And not to say that it isn't, it was just done in a different way. It was called something different, and it wasn't extremely sought after. Like I said earlier, there were some cultures that really liked the taste that they're getting from sourdough bread or old dough method leavened bread, but it wasn't necessarily what they wanted in England. And depending on where you're at and what's in the atmosphere around you, different strands of this bread are going to taste different over time, which is really interesting about it. And it's the same today. So this is a loaf of bread made in the fashion of the time period with yeast that is from the atmosphere and then didn't come from the brewer. Now, it's got a good bit of rye flour in there, and it's got some ginger, it's got some molasses. I don't expect to actually be able to identify the ginger. I think the molasses might come through just a little bit, but for the most part, this is going to taste like a loaf of rye bread. In the future, after you use the leaven from this over and over and over again, that's where the sourdough is going to come into play. But let's see what this tastes like. Well, this is really, really good rye bread. That's what it tastes like. We've got our sourdough, we got the leaven that we held back, and that's gonna turn into something different. That's where that sourdough taste is gonna come from in the future. Right now, it's just a fantastic bread that anybody would be happy to eat. In the future, it's gonna be a little bit more interesting.
What if beer was more than a recreational drink? What if it was made in every household? What if it was drank by everyone, including children? What if beer was about survival? That was the reality in 18th century America. Not every water source was safe to drink, and everyone kind of knew that. And so they would stay away from water when possible and drink other kinds of beverages. Coffee and tea, and especially something like hard cider. But beer was important because it was already sterilized. They didn't know exactly what was going on with beer and why it was safe to drink. We know today that if you boil all those ingredients, you're killing off things like dangerous bacteria. You introduce your yeast and you get this mildly alcoholic beverage. Now, they weren't sure about the science behind that at all. They had lots of different ideas about why the beer was safe to drink. They knew it was safe. They knew it was better than water, that it actually had health-giving properties, that it could make you strong. When we read in Benjamin Franklin's autobiography, he talks about workers. The workers, when they get ready for work, they drink beer, and at lunchtime, they drink beer. It's part of their wages. They know that this strong beer makes them strong. He disagrees with that. He drinks water instead, but they believe that it's a very, very healthy drink. Beer also plays an incredibly important role in the military. Both the land-based forces and the sailors at sea, they are given rations of beer, up to a gallon a day. And if they don't have beer to give these sailors or soldiers, they have to give them a substitute. Something like grog, which is watered down rum. They need something like that to get them through the day. Water isn't good enough for those soldiers. Beer was an alternative to water, which might be dangerous to drink, but there was also pressure from the other direction. There were hard liquors that were available at the time, something like gin that was really becoming popular in the early 18th century. That was a giant societal problem, especially in the United Kingdom. Because the gin was so cheap, it was being drank by everyone, children included. And so beer was a much better alternative. If the water is dangerous and we don't want them to drink gin, then let's have them drink beer. Now, their beer is different than our beer today. And there are lots of different kinds of beer in our time period. There is strong beer, there's common beer, there's table beer, there's small beer. Now, all these are probably a little weaker than our beers today. They had a much more difficult time extracting all the sugars out of their grains, and their yeasts weren't as, let's say, efficient as the yeast strains that we have today. So we can generally think that a strong beer, it might be 8% alcohol. And a standard beer is definitely going to be something like 3 or 4%. And table beers and small beers, which the children and women are more likely to drink, are maybe 0.5% or 1% in alcohol. In places like Great Britain and North America, beer is a working man's drink, and it's drank by everyone. That means the brewer is very important. And in many places, he's very highly regulated because this drink is so important to society. So beer can only have very particular ingredients. For example, the beer that we're talking about today, that we'll be making, was actually illegal in the early 18th century for brewers to make. It was very simple. It used molasses to create the beer, so it was very easy to make, very inexpensive. It became regulated or even banned in this setting, I think because it makes a kind of a substitute beer that's very inexpensive to make, and they could pass it off as something that had much better ingredients. Home brewing is incredibly popular in our time period. Just about any household can make a simple beer like this with very simple equipment. If you have a couple of large cooking vessels and a barrel or anything to keep your finished beer in, and then your ingredients, you need soft water, you need some kind of sugar, whether it's malted grains or something like molasses, maybe a few spices like ginger, and a little bit of yeast, and you're ready to start making beer. It's very interesting to delve into 18th century brewing, especially compared to modern brewing. We have a lot of home brewing that goes on these days, and brewing in the last 100 years, so much scientific research has gone into it. We know exactly what's happening with brewing. We understand all these different strains of yeast and the malting of grains and where all these flavors are coming from. They didn't have any of these ideas in 18th century brewing. And if you read so many of the recipes about brewing, you can't actually figure out why they work at all. They break all kinds of rules. Things like putting the yeast in when it's way too hot, or putting hot water on top of the yeast as it's working. Maybe they don't boil the things that they really need to boil, and so there's sanitation problems. There's all sorts of issues when you read an 18th century brewing recipe. And if you really want to make it work, especially the first time, you have to kind of break the recipe a little bit. You have to rearrange it and do some extra steps, because when they were writing it down, they didn't understand what was really going on. They didn't understand how clean everything needed to be. They didn't even really understand the true nature of yeast. So let's talk about this very simple beer that anyone could brew at home. It's called a molasses beer in our time period. And what's really interesting is there's almost exactly the same recipe that George Washington talks about. He writes about in the late 1750s. While he's a military officer at Fort Loudon, he writes down in his book a very simple molasses beer recipe. Well, in 1790, there's a molasses beer recipe. It says molasses beer according to the method said to be practiced in Philadelphia. Take 5 pounds of molasses, half a pint of yeast, a spoonful of powdered race ginger, and put these ingredients into your vessel. Pour on them 2 gallons of scalding hot, soft and clear water, shake them well till it ferments, and add 13 gallons of the same cold water to fill up the cask. Let the liquor ferment about 12 hours, then bottle it off with a raisin or 2 in each bottle. Now, if we followed this recipe exactly like it says, it would fail. Because, of course, they're mixing up this yeast and the ginger and the molasses, and then they pour hot water right on top of it. And of course, that would instantly kill your yeast, and then it wouldn't work anymore. And then the whole purpose, of course, of sanitizing everything with the scalding water, they break that rule by adding regular water after that. So we don't want to make our recipe exactly according to this. Now, this probably could work for them for 2 different reasons. One is that if they put their killed yeast into a vessel that already had some yeast in it, like say a barrel that already had beer in it, old yeast would actually be working and not the new yeast. And this new water that's introduced that would, in our sense, break our sanitation rule and possibly bring in bacterial contamination, well, it's likely that this beer did not last very long. It was drank right away. It was a green beer. It wasn't aged for a year or 6 months or anything like that, because by then it would have gone sour. So it was likely drank right away. I've shrunk this way down so that it will be easy for anyone. We can make this in a gallon or 2 batch, because nobody needs 15 gallons of molasses beer. So if we take 2 gallons of water and we bring it up to heat, and we can add about 1 pound or so of molasses to that. All we really need to do is bring it up to about 200 degrees for, let's say, 15 minutes. And that will be plenty to sterilize what's going on with our water and our molasses. Then we can add our race ginger, and that's just regular ginger. Race ginger just means like a ginger root. Then it has to cool off. That has to cool off to a temperature that doesn't kill off the yeast. And depending on what kind of brewer's yeast you have, that might be down to say 90 degrees and more likely even cooler. And we're just gonna put our yeast on top of here. If you have a standard powdered yeast, you can just pour that right on top. They've got their yeast from the brewer, so they weren't exactly sure what kind of yeast they had. Whatever yeast the brewer was using at that time period was the yeast that you would use, just like if you were baking bread. We're gonna keep that at 70 or 75 degrees. We wanna cover our vessel up as well as we can, but still let it breathe. And we will start to see that yeast work after 12 hours. It'll probably float to the top. That's good. That's the yeast working. It's eating up the sugars inside of our beer. It's working, and it's starting to make carbon dioxide, and it's starting to make a little bit of alcohol. At this point, we can actually start to drink this green beer. We can strain off that yeast. Now in this recipe, it says to bottle it. Now they say put a raisin or a little bit of sugar in there. That's priming the bottle. That's making it so the yeast can still work and kind of seal it up, and it will start to carbonate in that bottle. So they made special bottles in the 18th century that could hold the pressure. So yeah, sometimes they had carbonated beer. Many people would at this point just go ahead and drink it. This batch would probably be finished up in a couple of days, maybe a week, and you would make a brand new batch. Now, this is a simple beer. It's a table beer, it's a small beer, it's a beer drink by everyone. It is not meant to be an expensive beer that would stay in a bottle for 6 months. Now, some people might not even call this beer because it doesn't have hops. There are some recipes for this type of molasses beer that do have some hops in it, but generally the hops is just there for a bittering flavor, not there because of its preservation technique. So true beer has hops in it, and the hops is there to help preserve that beer, to keep it from going bad with bacteria. So this might not be perfectly a beer, maybe more closely related to cider than to beer, but let's try it out. It's got a good flavor. There's some sweetness to it because the yeast hasn't eaten up all those sugars. So it's very, very mildly alcoholic, but you can hardly detect it at all. There's a little bit of that ginger there, mostly the molasses flavor. And if we don't use blackstrap, which is a little too bitter for this kind of thing, just a standard baking molasses, make sure it's unsulfured. It makes a nice little table beer. This is the working man's beer.
Oysters were eaten by everyone in 18th century America. You will see them at the richest homes, you will see them in the poorest settings. In fact, there are times when oysters are even a survival food and is the only thing that people seem to be eating to stay alive. I want to be 100% clear right now at the beginning of this episode and say, I don't know a whole lot about oysters. I grew up in Indiana and Kentucky, and we are far from the ocean. Now, I know a lot of you folks grew up on the ocean, and you probably grew up eating oysters all the time, and this is not exotic to you, but for me, I get to eat oysters today, and I'm super excited about it. We go back to the original colonies, and they're all along the eastern seaboard, so people are very familiar with oysters. It's a saltwater shellfish, and they are eating them a lot. Chesapeake Bay is even said to have had so many oysters that they were thick as stones. And they were so plentiful that ships had to be aware of them when they were coming in because they would almost create like walls or like tunnel shapes within the water. But before Europeans ever come here, there are Native Americans and they are eating oysters. There are a lot of readings about how they ate so many that when Europeans showed up, there were just these mounds of shells that had collected, and they assumed that they'd collected outside of Native American huts or villages, but they're just almost like these mini little mountains of oyster shells that have just piled up over the years from people living off of them. The Indians who inhabited the coast before the arrival of the Europeans have made oysters and other shellfish their chief food. And at present, whenever they come to a saltwater where oysters are to be got, they are very active in catching them and sell them in great quantities to other Indians who live higher up in the country. For this reason, you see immense numbers of oyster and mussel shells piled up near such places where you are certain that the Indians formerly built their huts. So it's not common in the time period also for people to have an understanding of there are different oyster banks where getting oysters is really easy. And so even if you're just kind of on a boat or on a ferry and you're going past one, oftentimes you could just stop to collect oysters. In fact, there was a reading that I came across the other day where somebody was on a ferry and there had been kind of an altercation, so the ferry driver, captain, wanted to kind of make it up to him. He's like, listen, we're going past this oyster bank. I'll have my guys hop up and they'll get you a bunch of oysters and I'll make everything all right. We think about oysters now. A lot of times we think about oysters on a half shell. And so whether cooked or not cooked, we're going to pop those suckers open and we're gonna eat them right out of the shell. Sometimes you're gonna throw a sauce in there, sometimes just a little bit of hot sauce. Sometimes you're gonna make something like oysters Rockefeller where it's baked or broiled and it's this special thing. In the time period, there was a lot of that going on too, but they were also using oysters and they were making one-pot dishes with them. They were making like a stew or something like that. And this recipe today is a ragu of oysters. Both of our recipes today are coming from The Complete Housewife by Eliza Smith. This was written in 1730. Put into your stew pan a 1/4 pound of butter, let it boil. Then take a quart of oysters, strain them from their liquor, and put them to the butter. Let them stew with a bit of shallot shred very fine, and some grated nutmeg, and a little salt. Then beat the yolks of 3 or 4 eggs with the oyster liquor and 1/2 pound of butter. Shake all of this well together till it is thick, and serve it up with sippets and garnish with sliced lemon. To make this ragu of oysters, first you're gonna have to have your oysters shucked, and when you do that, you're gonna save all of the liquid that comes out of the shell, and you're gonna put that into a bowl. And then we're gonna get our butter into a pan. We're gonna get that melted down. We're gonna put in the oysters, some finely cut shallots, some salt and some nutmeg, and we're gonna let that stew a little while. Now, once that's stewed, you're gonna take it off the heat so that it cools a little bit. Now, it doesn't have to cool down all the way, but the next step uses eggs, and we don't wanna cook those eggs when we pour it into that liquid. In a separate dish, we're gonna put 3 or 4 egg yolks, and we're gonna combine that with butter and some of the liquid from the oysters. Now, depending on how much yours have in them, you're just gonna have to eye that. And you're gonna stir that all together, and then you're gonna combine that with what is already in the pan. Now this is the tricky part because we don't wanna cook those eggs. These eggs are here to be a thickening agent. At the end of this process, after you kind of combine that and heated it up, you're gonna make sure that you continue to stir it so that you don't cook the eggs, and then you're gonna have this nice, thick, rich, yellow sauce of this flavor from the shallots and this egg yolk and the butter, and that's gonna go into the dish with these oysters and be a wonderful sauce as we put that onto our sippets. Now, let's talk about oysters. Like I said earlier, I'm not from the East Coast. I'm not from anywhere, any coast. And I don't know a whole lot about oysters. Today was the first time that I have ever really cooked with oysters, and shucking them can be a little bit difficult. Now, obviously, like anybody that is alive now, I went onto YouTube and I was like, how do you shuck an oyster? And what I found out is, it seems like it's a lot easier with a shucking knife, which I don't have. So if you use a paring knife or something small, you have to be careful because you can cut yourself like I did. Basically, there's this little notch back here, and you want to get your knife in there and you want to pry that open. And then after you get that kind of loosened up, you'll feel it when it pops. You have a section right up here on the oyster where you're going to want to cut it away from the shell. Then you can get the top shell off, and then you'll cut it off of the bottom shell and it'll be free. Now for this recipe, you want to save all the contents within the shell, so you might do it over a bowl or something like that. And if you get some shell flakes in there, then you can take those out later. We've talked a little bit about how the wealthy and the poor alike were eating oysters, and it was very common. I found a reading that drives that home a little bit more. It also talks about where the best oysters are found and even how to use the shells. It is likewise a common rule here that oysters are best in those months which end with an R in their name, such as September, October, etc. But that they are not so good in other months. However, there are poor people who live all year long upon nothing but oysters with bread. Over and over again, you see that people are using oyster shells and they're burning that down so that they can use it for creating housing, walkways, all sorts of different kind of structural uses, but they don't prefer it to stones. And so it kind of falls out of favor. People use it in a pinch. Some places you'll even find readings where they're talking about how their housing that they've built with lime from oyster shells just doesn't seem to hold up the way that they want it to. And even there was this one reading that was like 3 days before it rains, the walls just seem to get really wet. And so they didn't like it for that purpose. Oysters tend to be one of those things that you want to pop the shell open and use them immediately, but we do see a lot of pickling of oysters happening in these cookbooks where they're basically creating a solution with water and the liquor from the oysters themselves, and they're packing them into crocks and they're boiling that hot and they're sealing them close. So it would be very similar to pickling anything else in the time period, but they'll store for a while. We also see references to Native Americans smoking oysters where they would take the oyster and they would put the shell directly on the coals and they would smoke them and preserve them that way. One of the huge questions in the comments section, or when we run into people that they ask us about this channel, is what did people eat as tavern fare? When they're at taverns, inns, and coffee houses, what are they eating? What's the convenient food? And the answer, a lot of times, is oysters. Archaeological digs have found serious piles of oyster shells outside of where taverns and coffee houses once were. And this is fare that they were eating while they were sipping on their beers. The point where it was like peanuts now or chicken wings now. This is in food. This is tavern food. And it is really interesting to think, not only were they doing that in a half shell kind of situation or cooking them till they opened, but they're also doing it in one pot dishes. They're making soups and they're making stews, but oysters are cheap food. And so rather than using a cut of beef, they're making oysters and they're serving it to their clientele. And there were even, it is so popular that there were even places that were referred to as oyster taverns. We call them oyster bars. And that became more of a thing in the 19th century, but it certainly did exist in the 18th century. I've got another recipe, speaking of tavern food, from Eliza Smith. It's the same book as the last recipe. And I just want to do this real quick because it seems so much fun. It seems kind of like what we think of as tavern fare, and it's fried oysters. And there's nothing more tavern food than take this meat, fry it, and let me eat it while I sip a beer. So we're going to do this. It's really quick and it's really simple. We're going to crack some eggs, put it into a mixing bowl, And we're going to get the consistency right. They just want a thick batter, right? And so we're gonna put in some flour and some breadcrumbs. And there aren't any true amounts here. We're looking for a thick batter. We're gonna put some salt and some nutmeg, coat our oysters in it, and get it to fry in some animal fat. I'm gonna use lard today. I think this demonstrates the full spectrum of what we're talking about here. This is a dish where you're just kind of like throwing it in this batter and frying it. And then here is this nice sauce with lots of butter and eggs, lemon slices, a very nice dish. So I'm gonna start off with the fried oysters. We're gonna see what they taste like, and then we'll move on here. I don't think there's anything very special about that. I could have used more salt and nutmeg for sure. There wasn't enough seasoning. It's just kind of plain, kind of bland. Now this, I don't think there's gonna be anything bland about this at all. That is something special. That is really good. It's really, really rich. The lemon kind of cuts it with some acidity. It's very meaty. There's a good amount of fat there. I mean, it's just like, it's special. That's a really good dish. This is one of the best dishes that I've cooked in this kitchen. If I can do it, a boy from Indiana, then you can do it at home too, and you have got to try this dish.
There isn't one of us who doesn't enjoy a good donut now and then. Question is, did they have donuts 300 years ago? Did they enjoy the wonderful round goodness with sprinkles? It's hard to imagine that they did. So let's dig in and see if we can find out just what they had that we could call a donut. Now, when I start to think about this, I think confectionery, sweetness, that sounds expensive. Maybe if they had donuts, that was something that rich people would enjoy. But if we go digging into the books, especially right there in the 18th century, we find William Ellis's book that's all about taking care of the farm, the simple farm in England in 1750. They had a lot of farm workers, people that were working hard in the field, and he talks about feeding those farmers. And we find out that they do have something almost exactly like a donut. In fact, several different things. There's a family of food traditions in England and in fact all over Europe and maybe all over the world. They would call them something like fritters or maybe even just cakes. The word donut doesn't appear at all. If we go digging, donut kind of combined as a word doesn't really show up until about 1805, 1804, something like that. We do see it show up in a dictionary in 1806, and it says a small roundish cake. In fact, classically, what we call a donut hole is more what the true definition of a donut would be. A dough and a nut shaped, and we can even see food sometimes related to that. If we look earlier, we find gingerbread, and they called them sometimes ginger nuts because they would make them into a walnut-sized piece. The 17th and 18th century French cookbooks have recipes for beignets just like we know them, and these were popular for religious holidays. And religious holidays are like street carnivals and fairs of the time period. They are frequented by everyone, all the common folks, and they are enjoying donuts. 200 years ago, there was more than one way to get to something like a donut, even if that's not what they necessarily called it. They would make a fritter, and there are lots of different fritter recipes. Fritter recipes usually have some kind of fruit in them. And yeah, sometimes today we put fruit in our donuts, right? Fritters are really close to a donut, except the dough is very loose. It's a batter, and we pour a batter into the hot oil, and it makes our fritter. And a donut, usually, that's a very soft dough, something that we can cut into a shape, like a donut hole shape. So it doesn't seem to matter whether our donut ends up like a little donut hole or a big funnel cake. It's basically the same thing. And there are so many different recipes in our time period for just exactly that. The first recipe I want to do is for fritters, and this recipe comes from William Ellis's Country Housewife Family Companion in 1750. The Hertfordshire plain fritter. To make these, our housewife makes use of 6 eggs well beaten, and mixed with 2 quarts of milk, a quart of flour, a good store of powdered ginger, because ginger makes the fritters hollow and hot. She also mixes some coarse sugar with her batter, by which these need little or no sugar afterwards to eat them with. Batter fries hollower in fritters than in pancakes, but then it employs more time and fat in dressing them. This recipe is so simple, there are very few ingredients. Let's start mixing our eggs with our milk. We're gonna whisk up our eggs first, and then as soon as they're whisked up, we're gonna mix up our milk. And remember, I'm only gonna make a quarter of this batch because it makes a lot of batter. So we're gonna mix up these eggs with the milk, and as soon as those are mixed up, I'm gonna mix up the dry ingredients separately. So we've got our flour, we've got our ginger, which is gonna make that wonderful spicy flavor, and then some sugar. Once we have our wet ingredients done and our dry ingredients, now we can combine those together and whisk it until it's got a little bit of air in it. Once our batter is finished, we can pour it into our hot lard to cook these up. The first time we see the term doughnut in American literature is in 1809 when Washington Irving writes about a dinner, and it's got all these rich foods and it's covered with doughnuts. And that, he describes, is almost exactly what we're talking about here. He refers to it, of course, connected with the German ancestry of that area, and they're called something like Olikoken in the German. Our fritters turned out great. We put them in that hot oil, and when they start to float and turn a nice light brown, they're ready to come out. The next recipe comes out of the same book, and it gets a lot closer to doughnuts. This one's called How to Make These Hertfordshire Cakes, Nuts, or Pincushions, as it says. These are much used in Hertfordshire for giving farmers' servants a changeable dinner now and then to their satisfaction. For if they are made as they should be, the men are generally fond of them. We take skimmed milk and hog's lard and warm them by the fire. Then some flour, sugar, yeast, an egg or two, and the powder of Jamaica spice. We make these into a paste as if for a pie crust. We roll it out to the thinness of 1/4 of an inch and cut it into 2-inch squares. Then we boil them in hog's lard in a little kettle or a stew pan or frying pan. First thing we need to do is get our milk warming, and then we can melt the lard into that. We don't want it to be hot. We just want it to be liquefied. This is a classic 18th century recipe in that there are no amounts given. We just have to fake our way to it. We know that we get to a consistency of something like a pie crust or a very soft dough so that we can cut it into our shapes. So our only real measurement are the eggs. We're gonna be just working with 2 eggs. I'll take our liquid ingredients and mix them all together along with our yeast. That's a liquid ingredient from the time period. And then add in our flour until we get to that consistency that we're looking for. It's fascinating as we read into William Ellis that these aren't necessarily for breakfast or even necessarily as a snack, but they might be dinner, they might be the main course of dinner. And obviously they had a different idea of dinner than we do today. So doughnuts don't always show up as a sugary treat or some kind of snack. No, they also show up as a garnish, sometimes a savory garnish in dishes like peas or spinach, or even one with an open-face fish pie. Several of these recipes push these doughnuts up one more notch by adding a pudding sauce and then sprinkling sugar on them. And a classic pudding sauce here is 1/3 wine, 1/3 butter, and 1/3 sugar. We have 2 versions of the working man's donut. The fritter here, and obviously it doesn't look anything like a donut today, but even today in a donut shop, you can buy a fritter. And this fritter, you know, there's a lot of ginger in here, and ginger is a working man's spice. This is one of the least expensive spices and the biggest pop of flavor. So this is gonna have a lot of gingery flavor and it should be great. It's got that great elephant ear texture. We didn't even have to bother to sprinkle sugar on this. There's enough in the dough to give us the sweetness and a great ginger pop on these. The recipe says that it brings hollowness to this and also heat. And that ginger is a kind of a hot spice, and it really does a great job in here. Now the one that's closest to the classic donut. These are what we would call donut holes, and boy, they've got a lot of wonderful sauce over the top of these, and the sugar in this should be great. And the spice in this is allspice. They call it Jamaica pepper in the time frame, but that's a classic allspice. And again, a very inexpensive spice. So classic working man's donut. Allspice in here is treated like the poor man's nutmeg. It is used quite often, and let's find out how it works out in this. Well, pudding sauce over the top. We've got some nice airy pockets with this. The yeast had enough time to really build up. Once it hits that hot oil, it really starts to puff up. These worked out great. Texture compared to a modern donut, actually a little more dense, but very flavorful. You're gonna love these. What is a feast to a poor beggar? Is it bacon and eggs? Is it a kettle full of stew? Or is it a crust of bread from the keeper of the poorhouse? Poverty is a fact of life in the 18th century. It's very difficult on adults and children alike. Whole families were in destitution, whether they're in Europe, Great Britain, or North America. Today, I want a victory for this poor beggar. We are going to make them a feast. When I think of beggars in the 18th century, I see the artwork in my head, and they're all European beggars, sometimes walking through the countryside or in the big cities of Europe, especially London. But when I think about North American colonies, I can't envision any beggars. In fact, if we read a lot of the writings from the time period, we don't really hear many people talking about poverty. In fact, they're saying, oh, it's wonderful in North America, and there isn't any great quantity of poverty. Well, nothing could be further from the truth. There is a lot of poverty in colonial America. Many people are coming to the colonies as transported criminals, and they have to work for 7 or 14 years before they're free. And other people are coming as indentured servants. So many of these transported criminals and indentured servants, even if they survive their indentureship, never get out of poverty. And a large quantity of people along the coast, they're sailors. Sailors are some of the lowest paid workers in colonial America. These people, again, never make it out of poverty for the most part. So there is a lot of poverty going on, whether it's people in the cities, which actually they're probably more like big towns to us, or people out on the frontier. Yes, the vast majority of people out on the frontier, we would probably call very poor. Now, how did they deal with the poor, either in Great Britain or in colonial America? Well, they had poor laws. So they took up taxes, and it was part of the local government's job to take care of the destitute, the people that really needed to be fed that might starve to death. There are 3 different main ways that these local governments would try to deal with poor people. They had what was called out help, where they would just basically give little amounts of money or particular care to, say, families. They would supply them with a little bit of firewood or a little bit of money to buy food. Then they had a concept of sort of inside help, that they would take these people that were destitute and they would put them into an institution. Maybe they would call it a workhouse or a bettering house or an almshouse. They all had the same kind of concept, that it was easier to take care of these people if they brought them into an institution rather than giving them funds. The third method of helping people was indenturing them out into the community. So they would basically come up with contracts, and then someone in the community would use their labor, would be in charge of taking care of that person. And that happens a lot. Sometimes there's a mixture of these happening within individuals. So they'll start working in an outside help way, but if that family isn't really getting back up on its feet, then they'll bring part of the family into an institution, and then the children, they will bind out, or they will send them out into the community to work as servants in other households. And so many times this was a family destroying kind of situation. They were doing their best to feed these people, but this was the only way they knew how to help them. If you were assigned to the workhouse, if that's where you were put because you were poor, what would you expect to eat? So many times these workhouses, their rules were they just had to feed the people properly. And that means whoever's in charge of the workhouse would just figure out how to feed people as inexpensively as they possibly could. We do have some descriptions of workhouse food. Now, a typical breakfast, well, it's going to be something like bread and cheese, possibly a little oatmeal, some milk porridge. The same thing is happening for your evening meal. But the main meal of the day, sometimes that's a little more substantial. After all, this was many times called a workhouse. They wanted people to be able to do some work. So they're feeding them boiled beef with root vegetables as a main dish, or possibly peas pudding, maybe some bread, maybe even a little bit of beer. So what we're going to make today for our Beggar's Feast are 3 different things. We're going to be making a boiled beef sort of soup. We're going to have a suet pudding, which is almost like a dessert for our time period. We'll also make a very simple brown bread, and we'll have a little bit of beer. We're going to start with our suet pudding because that's going to take the largest quantity of time. That needs to kind of go in and start boiling right away. And a suet pudding is very, very simple. It's flour, it's suet, which gives it that kind of nice texture. It's got some very inexpensive spice in it, which is a little bit of salt and some ginger. And then we mix up a few eggs and a little bit of milk, and we bundle that up into a pudding cloth. Off it goes, and we start that boiling in our water. The biggest driver of poverty in our time period are health problems. Good medical care in the 18th century, almost impossible. And if someone is sick with a long-term illness, not only are they expensive to take care of, but they're not earning any money. So any kind of health issue can immediately push a family into poverty. And they have to go to inside help. They take them out of their home and they put them into an institution, a workhouse, an almshouse. They, of course, can't get them to work if they're not healthy. So all these institutions almost immediately had to become hospitals. And in fact, those are the forerunners of modern hospitals. They all started off as some kind of institutions for the poor. What's interesting today is we think about hospitals as high-tech, and we think about them possibly as expensive institutions. In our time period, they're for the poorest of the poor. So the rich people, they never went to a hospital. They would generally have their health care done in their homes. Their doctors would visit them and they would do whatever they could there. But these institutions in the time period, these hospitals, were the training facilities for doctors. They could interact with the most amount of people and do the most learning in those kinds of situations. The next thing we're going to work on for our Beggar's Feast is our main broth soup. We have a little bit of beef here, and we're going to start it boiling in some water. Many times you see these menus and they say broth, and it could be that they boil this beef and maybe for breakfast, you don't even get any meat in your soup. It's just the broth that came off of something you boiled earlier. After a little while, we're going to put in our root vegetables, some carrots, some potatoes. Again, very inexpensive, and most likely that the cuts of beef that they would use in something like this beef broth, or we would call it a beef soup, would be the least expensive cuts possible, sort of shin bone cuts or whatever. We've just got some regular stew meat. Many families would do whatever it took to stay out of the workhouse or the poorhouse. And there were different kinds of jobs people could do. You could go around, you could collect ashes, or you could collect night soil or urine at different times of the day. You could have some of the dirtiest jobs, but the jobs needed to be done. They could earn enough money to keep you out of the poorhouse. One of the reasons why you wanted to stay out of the poorhouse was because even though it was sort of like a hospital in one way, it was also like a prison in another way. They would get a criminal element in the workhouses, and they would also treat them like criminals. You couldn't necessarily, leave whenever you wanted to. And you had to do certain menial jobs when you were inside the workhouse. Maybe you would have to work up junk, which is taking apart old ropes and fraying them and working them, or doing something like trying to make shoes. They also tried working on a linen industry where they had people both spinning and weaving in the workhouse. Now, it turns out that no matter how much they tried to make these workhouses pay for themselves, they never did. They were always a money-losing proposition. Early on in the concept of these workhouses, they thought, hey, this is going to be great. We're going to get these poor people back to work and they'll actually pay for themselves. Well, that never worked. In certain communities, they would have to wear a badge. It had a red P on it, it might have the initials of your town on it, and you had to wear that on your clothes at all times. They were trying in the towns to discourage this outside help as much as possible. You were supposed to be ashamed if you had to wear the P badge around town because you got outside help. For our last recipe, we'll be doing the classic workhouse bread. This is a nice brown bread, inexpensive, no special ingredients, and very simple to make. As I was researching this topic, I thought it was interesting. It's a difficult topic. Yes, colonial America has a lot of very, very poor people in it. People that were in a begging kind of situation, destitute people in difficult situations. And the people in the 18th century that weren't poor were trying to find a solution for this. And they tried a lot of different things. I think they had, most of them, the right kind of intention, even if today we look back on their methods and see them as unworkable or cruel. The reality, though, is that all those people, whether they were trying to fix the problem or the poor themselves, were real people in a real time. The 18th century isn't a fairy tale that we tell ourselves or some perfect world like sometimes they wanted to say it was. No, it was real life, and they had the same kind of problems that we do today. And I think their stories need to be told and understood, even if it might be sometimes a bleak story or one that's difficult to hear. This is the Poor Beggar's Feast, and it is very good. What is a feast to a rich man? Is it a table filled with food? Is it the highest quality ingredients possible? Or is it exotic foods from halfway across the world? The reality of a rich man's feast is it is all three of those things. Now, here's the problem. I've resisted making this video for a good year. We have done the beggar's feast. We've done a poor man's feast, a poor soldier's feast, a poor officer's feast. Those feast videos are easy for us to pull off because they include the ingredients and the kinds of foods that we have every day. Even something as simple as the outfit, I can easily replicate for all those other people. But a rich man in the 18th century? Well, something like a typical rich man's outfit that he would wear to a fine dinner party in the 18th century might cost $10,000. The reality is there is a giant chasm between the classes in the 18th century. There is really not a lot of middle class. There's a tremendous quantity of poor people, or very, let's say, lower class people in the 18th century. And then this tiny sliver of extremely rich people. And they lived amazing lives. And they had these amazing dinners. Here's what I can show you, and here's what's kind of interesting. For more than, say, 10 years, we've been doing these historical food episodes. And a lot of these come out of the English cookery books of the 18th century. Now, these cookery books weren't necessarily written for the rich. The rich had French chefs, and they knew exactly what they were doing. They didn't need a book to tell them how to cook fancy food. But the people who wanted to be upwardly mobile, they were looking to emulate this very, very expensive food. And so these cookbooks were created for them. The vast majority of cookbooks in this time period are written for these people that are moving from lower class and trying to look like they're upper class. So all these dishes that we've done, well, most of them are people trying to look like they're eating this rich man's feast. So the difference tends to be this quantity and quality. The fact that we would have 2 or 3 removes. In other words, the table would fill up with food 2 or 3 times in one of these fancy rich man's feasts. But what's happening with these individual dishes? We've talked about how they came out of these cookbooks. Here are the top 10 dishes that show up on the table of King George III. Chicken broth, sweet tarts, roasted capon, that's a special chicken, roast mutton, asparagus, lobster, spinach, artichokes, roast chicken, roast beef. Nothing here sounds incredible, does it? They're all probably fixed in a rather fancy way, but I mean, here they are, King George III, and he's eating, fairly plain dishes. Now, his feast is going to have all of these things on the table, plus more. Then exotic things like maybe sea turtle and all these things spiced with incredibly expensive spices and to a richness that we can't imagine. On a table with plates that each one might pay for a regular person's wages the entire year, with sterling silver silverware and expensive glasses of wine. The difference isn't necessarily in one individual dish, but in the plethora of riches that we see around us on the table. Now, we aren't going to make a table with 100 dishes. We don't have the 3 or 4 days and an army of cooks and chefs to do that. But we are going to make 3 separate dishes that you might see in a rich man's feast. We'll do a roast capon. We'll do a special spinach dish, and we'll have some amazing sweet tarts. And to drink, I have, of course, the classic dessert wine, some Madeira. We're going to be doing a roast chicken or roast capon. And they would have made this sometimes in a simple way, like we're going to do it, or very, very complicated. And in many of these fancy feasts, they would make it as complicated as they possibly could. Now, using a capon versus a chicken, that's a complication right there. You take a male chicken, and just when they start to, exhibit their maleness, you neuter them, and they, of course, grow much larger and have much more tender meat. They're like a very, very large chicken of the time period. You would take this capon and first you separate the skin from the meat of the chicken, and you stuff under that butter and herbs, and then you put bacon over the top of that, and then you cover it with paper, and we've experimented with covering with paper. For our roast chicken, we will take an onion stuck with cloves, we'll place that inside the chicken, and then we'll put it on the roasting spit and roast it over the fire. So we have this table set, and it's filled with massive quantities of food. But how is it served out? We might see particular things in our mind's eye about how this fancy meal goes on with this rich person, but we would probably be mistaken. So all the kind of service that we expect, how a fancy meal is served today, is actually something that's changed a lot from the 18th century to today. Today's style is based out of the Russian style of service that starts to become popular in the early 19th century. This idea that you're sitting at the table and here's your dishes and fancy food comes on your dish to you, and someone serves you like that. And it's all basically on your plate, and maybe there's some food items on the table. In the 18th century, we have a different style of service called the French style of service. And that is a table that you would have your empty plate in front of you with your silverware, but all around you are dishes of food. And the entire table, in fact, is laid out with all kinds of different sorts of food all around the table. So you're surrounded with dishes, and everyone at the table is surrounded likewise. And you would take a little bit and put it on your plate and possibly serve people around you. And if you wanted something from the far side of the table, you would probably ask a footman, although that could be considered kind of rude. You were so insistent on having some dish from halfway across the table that you had to ask for it. So more than likely, you would just deal with what was right around you. And there was so much. Even after this table is filled with all these dishes, you end up eating all that you need. You stop, they take all the things off the table, take your plate away, bring you a new plate, and reset the table with all new things. And they do that yet again for dessert. Can you imagine? For our spinach, we will do a classic 18th century version of creamed spinach inside of a French roll. We will take that spinach, we will stew it down in a little bit of water, and then we will chop it nice and small, mix in some cream, some butter, cook that up until it makes a nice creamy spinach sauce, and then we'll put that inside of a French roll, and then we'll cut that nicely so that it comes off, and then inside will be the green spinach. An example of some of the extravagance that we might see at one of these feasts happens in 1694, and it is in Edward Russell's house. And he's having a giant party out in his garden. And there are tables covered with cold collations, so meat dishes and whatnot. So people could just kind of wander around and eat. And there's a fountain in the middle of that. And here's a description of the fountain. In the fountain were the following ingredients: 4 hogsheads of brandy, think 200 or 300 gallons, 8 hogsheads of water, 25,000 lemons, 20 gallons of lime juice, 1,300 weight of fine white Lisbon sugar. That's very expensive in the time period. 5 pounds of grated nutmegs. Yes, 5 pounds of nutmegs. And then we have 300 toasted biscuits and a pipe of dry mountain Malaga wine. Over the fountain was a large canopy, built to keep the rain off, and built on purpose, a little boat. Therein was a boy belonging to the fleet who rowed around the fountain and filled cups of the company. Yes, we have situations like this going on where people are making these extravagant sort of scenes, and they would do this especially for the dessert scene, where they might make a giant floating island. Imagine a table that's 6 feet deep and 20 feet long, and it would have a huge winter scene all done in sugar, with castles with little cannons that might fire and ships on a frozen lake. And all this is edible, well, at least sort of edible, and all just for the feast. So it's not only this amazing quantity of food, it's amazing expense and richness, but sometimes it's exoticness. And we have examples of lots of dishes like that: roasted swan, and of course sea turtle. And we have people like Jefferson when he's president. He wants to show off, and he's showing off with dishes that are Italian macaroni and cheese, or he's showing off with ice cream and it's baked inside of some kind of pastry so that it looks like it's, an impossible thing. How do you bake ice cream inside of a pastry? Yes, they wanted to show off in every way possible. The question is, did they actually enjoy this, or was it just for show? We have this quote from the 18th century: "Dinner is one of the most wearisome English experiences, lasting as it does 4 or 5 hours." I don't know, taking 4 or 5 hours to figure out how to get through this meal, it does sound a little grueling. We will be making one of the classic but simpler dessert dishes that, yes, still shows up on the rich man's feast. We will be doing some classic, very small tarts. Just a small, tiny little pie that has preserves and a little bit of fresh fruit. That'll be easy and just oh so delectable. Now, this feast isn't just about the food on the table, or the beautiful plates and the glasses of expensive wine, the beautiful room that we're having this feast in, but it's about the people that have to do it. The servants that we see in the room itself that are serving the food out, and then the kitchen in the background that, of course, nobody sees, that's filled with cooks and maids making all this wonderful food. And they have probably been working at it the entire week. We see let's say a roasting fireplace, and it has roasting spits for 7 or 8 different pieces of meat roasting at the same time. One person that is just there to rotate the meat slowly as it cooks, so it's all cooked perfectly and even. And then people that are just working on the pastry for this wonderful feast, and other people that are making all the different dishes. It's hard for us to imagine the number of people it would take to pull off a feast that they would have probably 3 or 4 times a year. Here we are with just 3 of these dishes from the rich man's feast, and it's already a rich meal with a beautiful chicken, a very interesting and probably very good spinach dish, and then these, of course, I know they're going to be wonderful, little tarts over here, and then a Madeira to go with it to, you know, bring it all together. And I mean, can't we imagine just what it'd have been like if you were from the beggar's feast, if you were the beggar and you could just even see a meal like this? It would have been completely mind-blowing. Let's start with this spinach dish, and I haven't had one quite like this. And it really, really smelled good in the pan when it was cooking. And of course, going with this beautiful toasted bread. And you know, it doesn't necessarily look amazingly appetizing, but I think one of the whole points of the dish like this is to figure out how to serve it so it does look beautiful. And it is very, very good. Spinach isn't my favorite thing, but this turned out great. The big question about the chicken here is, did it stay nice and moist? And a lot of these recipes were specifically working really hard at keeping the chicken moist, which can be hard when it's roasting over an open fire. So that many times they covered them with paper and did all sorts of tricks to keep them nice and moist. Let's try a little bit of this. And did the onion with the cloves come through in this bird? Really good question. Totally moist. Turned out great, this one. And the spices come through, even though this was sort of in the breast. As it rotates though, all those juices from the inside, especially from that onion and the cloves, get to go through the bird. That's the whole reason for turning that bird as it's cooking. So that really makes it great. And for dessert, these beautiful tarts, and I mean, you can't go wrong with these. They're basically preserves inside of a wonderful pie shell. I even went and found a particular tart paste recipe that was very, very heavy on the butter. And that's the one I used, and it turned out really, really good looking. So let's find out what it tastes like. Those are so good. That paste was just tremendous in here. A pie crust that you just want to eat that by itself, that's for sure. This is just a tiny sliver of the rich man's feast, and it is very good.
Food has changed so much since the 18th century. If somebody who's not used to looking at these cookbooks just grabs one off a shelf, it'll kind of blow your mind. Even recipes are written out extremely differently than they used to be. We're using different ingredients. Our meals look different. For rich people in the time period, meals were very extravagant. And nowadays, they're a lot more simplified. And for poor folks, or even just working class folks, our meals are definitely elevated since the 18th century. When you have a modern palate and you look at a cookbook from the 18th century, your immediate thought is, these ingredients don't go together. You really have to stretch to think, why would they put that with that? I would never make a dish like that. And then you come into this kitchen, and for educational purposes, we go through and we're like, I don't care what my mind says works. I'm gonna try exactly what they said. And we are surprised every single time. We have very rarely cooked something in this kitchen that we did not like. So it's hard for us to imagine a dinner or a supper being something that is just vegetables and maybe bread, or liquid and bread, or cheese and bread. They did that all of the time. And today's dish is not that simple, but it's definitely using ingredients that I never would have thought to put together, and I never would have said, this is gonna be a complete meal. My family's gonna be happy after they eat this and go to bed with a full belly. Today's recipe is onion pie, and onion pie was an extremely popular dish in the time period. You see it in multiple cookbooks, some of the very popular cookbooks. This recipe comes from Primitive Cookery, and that was a cookbook that was made for households of less means. And so you would basically take cheap ingredients and then get something in that dish to kind of bring it up and make it feel a little bit more homey, a little bit more rich. This recipe is using some very low ingredients. We're gonna go throw some butter in there to make a nice pie crust, and that's gonna bring the whole thing up. It even uses butter interspersed where you might not usually see that, just to make the recipe feel a little bit more rich. Now, these ingredients are pretty common ingredients for the time period. You would probably be able to find them at a market. If you lived in a community, it would not be hard to get your hands on these ingredients, even if you didn't grow them all. We're talking onions, apples, eggs, potatoes, butter, and flour. Everybody can make this dish, then and now, and it is delicious. So let's talk about eating food in a community of people real quick. In 1797, The Seaman's Guide is written by John Cochrane. And in that book, he's talking about how it seems like the entire British cooking system is based off of baking. But the problem is that they don't all have ovens. And so he's got this idea because he's been up to Quebec and he knows what earthen ovens are. And he's trying to bring that back to England and implement people using earthen ovens. It's not really catching on, but at any rate, there are some ways to bake at home, like a Dutch oven is something that people would use. But oftentimes you would go to the local baker. And the local baker, while he's baking his bread and making his other wares that he's going to sell, he will also put your pie or your loaf in his oven and cook it for you. So if you're living in a community, you have the plus side of having this local baker in a way. It's almost a communal oven that the whole community is able to use. Now he owns it and he'll do the baking for you, but you can make your pie, you can take it to him, he'll bake it, you can come back and get it, and you don't have to have an oven at home, which is a really, really neat way that the communities just thrive together. Like I said before, this cookbook, Primitive Cookery, it was made specifically for people of lower means. Now, in a lot of the cookbooks that are not necessarily written for people of lower means, they were well aware of the problem of poverty. And they were trying their best to make sure that people that weren't able to get the finest ingredients could still have really good food. They're still including recipes that are like fake versions. Like this will get you most of the way there recipes. And I think that that's really neat. I think that it's neat that even outside of people that were specifically writing for that purpose, people have that in mind, and they're trying their best to make sure that people that are not able to get all the ingredients that they could possibly want are still eating really good food. One last thought on Primitive Cookery before I read the recipe. It's also called The Kitchen Garden Displayed, and it focuses a lot on vegetables. If you are looking for a time period book that teaches about cooking with more vegetables, maybe you're a vegetarian, it's not quite vegetarian, but it's almost there, and this is a really great book for you to try. Now, the recipe to make onion pie. Wash and pare some potatoes and cut them in slices. Peel some onions, cut them in slices. Pare some apples, slice them. Make a good crust, cover your dish, and lay 1/4 pound of butter all over. Take 1/4 ounce of maize beaten fine, a nutmeg grated, a teaspoonful of beaten pepper, 3 teaspoonfuls of salt, and mix all together. Strew some over the butter, lay a layer of potatoes, a layer of onions, a layer of apples, and a layer of eggs, and so on until you have filled your pie, strewing a little of the seasoning between each layer, and 1/4 pound of butter in bits, and 6 spoonfuls of water. Close your pie and bake it 1.5 hours. A pound of potatoes, a pound of onions, a pound of apples, and 12 eggs will do. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna shrink this recipe down a little bit. I've got a family of 6, and we're not gonna eat a 3.5 pound pie. So there's no reason for most people in a modern setting to make a pie this large. But we are still gonna use all these same ingredients. We're just gonna simplify it a little bit. And what's nice about this is, say you get off work and in the modern setting, you are like, oh, I don't wanna cook. I'm gonna go to the grocery store and I'm gonna pick up a frozen lasagna or something like that because, man, it's gonna be a busy night. This is that kind of a dish for the folks in the time period. They can catch all of these ingredients on their way home from work, from a market or from a vendor or something like that. And they're gonna get home, they're gonna throw a pie crust together real quick, slice the stuff up and throw it in the oven. It is that easy. Now, this recipe requires a bottom and a top pie crust, and don't worry about it. We're gonna make it together. I know pie crust can feel very intimidating. It doesn't have to be. We're going to make it right now. So what we want is flour that is 3 times the amount of butter that we have. I've got 7 ounces of butter, so about 21 ounces of flour. And we're just gonna get that butter in here while it's still cold, and we're gonna start working it into our flour. After we get our butter kind of pinched in and incorporated with our flour, we're gonna add just a little bit of water, and we're gonna work that until it's the right consistency. Then we'll flour our surface and roll it out. After you have your pie crust all rolled out, we're gonna put the bottom crust inside the pan. And at that point, we need to pare the apples and potatoes. We're gonna get those chopped up nicely. We gotta skin our onions and get those chopped up nicely. And then also we need to boil some eggs. And for a single pie like this size, I think that 5 to 6 eggs is gonna do it for you. So you're gonna give those a hard boil, set them off to cool, peel those, and then you're gonna chop those into thin pieces as well. And we're gonna begin to layer these into the pie pan. So first, we're gonna put a little bit of butter at the bottom, and we're gonna do a layer of potatoes. Then we're gonna put in some kitchen pepper, and then we're gonna do a layer of apples. We're gonna do a layer of spices in between each one of these layers. At the very top, you're going to put some butter, and you're gonna put just a little bit of water, a few teaspoons really, it's not very much at all. And then we need to cut some vents in the top crust of our pie after we've placed that on and sealed it all the way around the edges. Let's talk about kitchen pepper really quickly. Kitchen pepper, we have packaged up. It's on the Townsends website if you want to buy it, that we've made for you. Or you can watch the kitchen pepper video that we did on the channel and you can make it yourself. But it's a blend of 6 spices. It's really great. You can use it pretty much in everything. And it's gonna be wonderful in this recipe. Now, while the recipe itself calls for salt, pepper, nutmeg, and mace, kitchen pepper has ginger and salt, has pepper, cinnamon, nutmeg, and clove. And it's going to be wonderful in this pie. All right, so our pie is ready to go. Now, if you're cooking this at home, you're gonna wanna set your oven to 350, let that preheat, and then you'll bake this for about an hour. If you have access to an earthen oven or a Dutch oven, that would be a really fun way to make it. We're gonna use a Dutch oven for this pie. With the Dutch oven, we're just gonna kind of keep an eye on it. I think it's gonna take around the same amount of time. I'm guessing an hour, and we're gonna just keep coals on top, have coals at the bottom, and it's gonna turn out wonderfully, hopefully. If you are a historical reenactor who camps at events and cooks, this is the perfect thing for you to make because you're rolling out a pie crust and there's a lot of paring and chopping. The public will get a good demonstration. Plus, none of the ingredients are gonna go bad sitting at camp. I'm about to taste a pie that is made of eggs, apples, onions, and potatoes. I have no idea what this is gonna taste like, but I'm gonna trust that it's good. So let's find out. That's so good. And it shouldn't be. But I think what gets it is the textures are awesome because at this point the potato's soft, right? The apple's got a little bit of crunch, but the onions have a ton of crunch, and the egg is really soft and kind of, I don't know, bouncy? Probably a terrible word for it, but it's like, what's going on here? And I like texture in food, so your brain is just kind of like, what the heck am I eating? But it tastes really good the whole time because, I mean, there's a ton of flavor in it. I mean, it's apple and onion by itself, that does plenty. But you got some fat in there from the egg yolk, you got fat from butter, and you've got this kitchen pepper that's just covering everything. Absolutely wonderful.
What do you think about when I say the word dessert? You're probably thinking about a hot fudge sundae, or maybe cheesecake, or maybe something simple like Jell-O with a whipped topping. Dessert is a sweet treat that ends the meal on a high note. So what about 250 years ago? What about 18th century America and say Great Britain? Did they even have dessert, especially for the working man? That's a really good question, and it's fun to dig in on this. The answer is they did want something sweet to end the meal with, but they didn't have the same kind of super sugary concept of a dessert that we do. They had a wonderful, hearty, and sometimes sweet treat to end their meal. To get a really good idea about this hard-working man's meal, William Ellis gives us a very, very good idea. So if we look in just regular 18th century cookbooks, they don't tell us about how they're using these dishes and kind of what level of society that they're for. But William Ellis, he's talking about the small farmer in England in 1750. And these small farmers, even if they were not very rich at all, they would still have itinerant workers come in at harvest time. When harvest happens, you have to have a lot of people on hand to take care of those crops. It isn't like today where you have all this machinery to do the work. So these small farmers had to figure out how to pay these itinerant workers, and part of that was room and board. They could stay at the farm and they were fed by the farmer. So in William Ellis's book, he goes into great detail about these workers and how to feed them as inexpensively as possible. But these workers, even though they were fairly itinerant, pretty low on the economic level, they expected something like dessert in their meal. He says they expect their meal to end with a pudding. Now, when they're saying the word pudding, they might mean a very specific kind of food, but they probably in some sense are almost talking about a class. They almost mean dessert. You don't see the word dessert very often in the 18th century, but you do see that word pudding, and they mean sort of the part of the meal that ends on a kind of a sweet note. Sometimes we have to understand these words and how they're used in different places, sort of like the word soda and pop. They're used in different regions in America to mean basically the same thing. That's what's going on here with this term pudding. Sometimes it's real specific, sometimes it's very generic. Here's a little quote out of William Ellis's book. He says, "Pudding is so natural to our harvestmen that without it, they think they cannot make an agreeable meal." Today we'll be making 4 classic desserts for these workmen, and these desserts all have something in common. They all have a twist to make them good for the workmen, and most of that has to do with their inexpensive ingredients or with the way in which you can eat them. And the classic sweetener in all these isn't sugar that we would expect. We use so much sugar today. They didn't hardly use any sugar, especially for these workmen. They would use things like apples and raisins for the sweetener. And this first classic recipe is a boiled pudding. And pudding per se, just like they would have, we've made many of them in the past. So I'm gonna mix my flour here with suet. Probably about 50-50, maybe a little less suet than that. And we're gonna mix that with a little bit of either water or milk so that it turns into a nice firm paste. Our boiled pudding will be made in a little different way. We're not going to be making this, softball sized boiled pudding. We don't want it to take that long. And there is a version where we make a small ones, about the size of a golf ball. We'll also mix in some of our raisins. Now, we're not going to use a lot, and because this is a small version, I'm going to use currants instead, which are basically tiny raisins. And these will get rolled up into a nice little ball and then dunked into or put into boiling water. These will boil about 15 or 20 minutes, and then they should come out and they will be done. The nice part is they can go right on the plate as a full-size pudding instead of having to be sliced up. Our second recipe is something like a simplified apple pie or apple turnover. And we're gonna make this as the apple turnover specifically because that is the working man's meal. So sometimes, say in the past, we've had little meat pies, and those were a working man's meal. They could take the meat pie with them and eat the meat out of it and then just throw the shell away. Well, the apple pasties work in the same way, and here's what William Ellis says. It suits the hand or the pocket better than a round pie, and therefore they're commonly made in farmers' families. For one or a piece of one being carried in the plowman or the plowboy's pocket sustains the hunger till they come home to dinner, and oftentimes pleases them beyond some sort of more costly edibles. So these little hand pies could be something that's brought out to the field for the workers. So it's a perfect kind of meal for that. Our apple pasties are going to be so incredibly simple. I already have some pie crust that I made earlier, and we're gonna roll this out a little thick, not super thin, and we're gonna cut them in shapes, about 4 or 5 inches around. I've got some apples. Now, we could make an incredibly complicated apple interior for these, but a lot of the apple pie recipes here in William Ellis are very simple. At times, you just take the apples, you core them, you don't peel them or anything, you core them, put them in a pie crust, and you're done. That is it. And we're gonna make this a little bit more complicated in that we're going to pre-bake or parboil, as he talks about, so that we don't have to bake them as long, so the apples kind of break down a little bit. Put a little drop of butter in there with the apples. Take just a little bit of milk or maybe egg white along the edge, seal those up with as little air in them as you can get, and then we'll put them in the oven for, again, 10, 20, 30 minutes. In the 18th century, some of these things that we would classify as a dessert end up being an entire meal. And a perfect example of this is the Primitive Cookery Cookbook, where in the back of the cookbook, he describes entire meals for poor people, essentially. And he'll say something like, an apple pie makes a good meal, or a little bit of bread and cheese and some beer make a good meal, and white pot, which we would consider definitely a dessert. That'll make a good meal. Sort of like today if we said, ice cream, that'll make you a good lunch. We're also going to be making a simple fritter, a simple apple fritter. We're not going to boil it in a lot of oil, but almost pan fry it. So might also be classed as a phrase. So sometimes they made a little sort of almost like pancakes with fruit in the middle of them. Again, a classic kind of way to end a meal. Very inexpensive, just flour and a little bit of fruit, and that's about it. We're going to mix up some eggs, yolks and the whites, a little bit of milk, and we're going to make a batter. We'll put some spices in there, a little bit of ginger, one of the most inexpensive spices in the time period. We're going to have some minced up apple. That's really the sweetness here. Basically, we're deep pan frying these. We're just going to get a frying pan and put some lard in here, and that should give us something that's a little different than these other dishes. And the last one we want to do is a pudding, as it were, that's more classically North American. Now, if all the recipes that we've done so far, or talked about so far, have wheat flour in them, and wheat flour can be expensive depending on where you're at and if there's a problem with the wheat crop. And even in England, there were times when, if wheat was expensive, they would substitute other kinds of flour. So they might use barley flour or oat flour or even rye flour, which would make a very good dessert. But in North America, the classic grain that we substitute is corn. And corn was used so often instead of wheat. Even though we might grow wheat, we would export it where it was much more expensive overseas, and we would use corn instead. So can we make a corn pudding? Well, the classic corn pudding was called Indian pudding, or we might just call it a corn pudding. They called it Indian pudding because it used Indian corn in it. And it's made in kind of a real similar way as a standard boiled pudding, and at times they would even boil an Indian pudding. We are just going to bake it in a pan. Now this is a special corn meal. It's made from Bloody Butcher corn, and a special thanks to Barnes Farms and Milling Company. He supplied me with a little bit of this to try out for this recipe, so this will be fun. This one is simple. We're gonna mix this with a little bit of milk, so about 50-50 with milk. We boil this until it starts to thicken up a little bit. Basically, make a hasty pudding. Then we add to that an egg and a little bit of sweetener. And the sweetener that's a classic for especially backcountry and in North America is maple syrup or maple sugar. We put this into a well-buttered dish and it goes into the oven and bakes at 350 degrees. If it was a bigger dish, and most of the time in our recipe books it calls for baking at 2 hours, this one will only need to bake about an hour. So what's this working day like for these hardworking harvest men that William Ellis talks about? He goes into great detail about feeding these harvest men, and he says the men generally eat 5 times a day. At the first setting out, they eat a little bread and cheese or apple pie with a draught of small beer. At 8 o'clock, some send for breakfast, boiled milk crumbled with bread. Others, milk porridge with bread. At dinner time, which is our lunch, it should always be at 1 o'clock, and the victuals to be sent into the field. Broad beans and bacon, or pork one day and beef with carrots or turnips with plum pudding. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon is what we call cheesing time. That is to say, a time when the men sit on the ground for a half an hour to eat bread and cheese with an apple pasty and drink some strong beer. At 8 o'clock, they come home for supper out of the field, and what's their supper? It's a new milk crumbed with bread, or a posset crumbed with bread, or fat bacon or pickled pork boiled hot with broad beans. Now, some of these farmers, they didn't want a big full meal for these workmen right there at that supper meal. They said that it would make the men sick. So they had these very light meals for supper time, probably to help them digest all their food so they'd be able to get up early in the morning and start the next day's work. Here we are, the working man's dessert, and we have 4 different kinds to try out. We've got a little boiled pudding here. You can see the plums in there. And the weird thing about boiled puddings is they're like boiled dough. In fact, the sailors have a dish that they call plum duff, and duff is short for dough. They would have this same kind of thing for dessert, maybe once a week. That's it. That's all that the sailors would get. But they would have their plum duff, which is plum dough, just like this. Here we have our apple hand pie, or pasty. I tried it with the apples a couple different ways just to see what would happen. They all turned out equally nice and soft. A little bit of butter in there, a nice, easy, simple crust. We've done a crust on the channel so many times. One of those things. Don't go out and buy a crust. Make a crust. It's not that hard. And let's try this out. Ooh. So good. Not a drop of sugar, and nice and sweet. A perfect workman's dessert. He's not going to complain about that. I'm not going to complain about that. I haven't done any of the fritters like this in a long time, so I'm interested to see exactly how this one turned out. I kind of experimented a little bit with the way the batter went on, but they look good, don't they? Turned out very good. I might add a little bit of seasoning into this one. I think it had a little ginger in it. Probably needs a little more, maybe a little salt added into that. This one I'm excited because of the grain, and the recipe is from American Cookery for the Indian pudding. So let's try this one out. That's a lot of pudding. So very good. Again, hardly any sweetener in this. I just had a little bit of maple syrup added into it, and tremendous. Now, some of these, they might have added a sauce, might have added like a half butter and sugar sauce to go on top of those. But this is for the workman's dessert, so it's a little bit on the inexpensive side. Again, a special thanks to the Barnes Farms and Milling Company for the Bloody Butcher cornmeal. It turned out great in this particular recipe. And as these recipes go, all 4 of them are very good desserts. I can see them on the platter of any workman in the 18th century, and these workmen being very satisfied. If they're a great dessert in the 18th century, they certainly are one in the 21st. Would we be able to survive in early America? If we were transported back in time, would we be able to make it? Here on the channel, we focus on the 18th century. We study what they're eating and the people and their lives and how they live. And that challenges us as we live here in modern times. And we say, could we live in those times? They had a very, very difficult life. Death was surrounding them at all times. There were a lot of different challenges that they were up against. Here in early America, you might run into starvation, you might die of thirst, you had problems with exposure, you might get too cold. They also had, of course, violence. You might die in battle or in violent situations. Medicine was so rudimentary that it was probably more dangerous to you than helpful to you. A simple infection might lead to death. Things that we just totally take for granted here in the modern age that we can easily deal with. Sudden death to us is something that is very out of the ordinary. It really catches us off guard. And yet we see many, many references in that 18th century time period, and that will happen to them, and they sort of take it in stride because it's happening so often. Maybe somebody like William Byrd, who's living in the early 18th century down in the Virginia area, and he talks about neighbors of his. He sees them one day, the next day, they're dead. Here's something that we deal with or hear about every day. Say we're in the shoes of someone in Europe in the 18th century and they want to come to North America. Now today, we'd hop on an airplane and we'd fly to Europe back and forth. People do it all the time, and nobody's terribly concerned about dying on an airplane. Yes, we have airplane accidents, but really the number of deaths from airplane accidents is very, very small compared to the number of people traveling. But if you're in Europe and you want to come to North America, you have to travel by ocean in the 18th century. That trip might take 2 months, 3 months, hard to say. And many, many ships are sinking in that time period. It is dangerous to travel back and forth from Europe to North America. In addition to traveling on this fairly fragile vessel, we also have to deal with eating food that might kill us. You might get scurvy or something else. And disease on board ship, very, very dangerous. And not only are you willing to risk the travel, it's very common for people that are new to the New World from Europe to die of disease within the first 6 months. Why would someone take on these kinds of risks? Well, there were so many great opportunities in North America compared to what was going on in Europe. There was no place to grow, there was no place to go up, there was no new career in Europe. But North America was ripe with new things going on. So people were willing to take these kinds of risks. And some people did this travel because they were up against it. They had absolutely no choices. William Morley, in his 1720s memoir, talks about being in Great Britain. He was down on his luck. He was probably in his late teens, early 20s. Someone sees him. He's basically homeless and his clothes are raggedy. And they say, you know what? You should indenture yourself and go to the New World. And that's exactly what he does. He signs away 7 years of his labor so that he can travel to the New World to find anything, any kind of new career. Before the 7 years are up, he is able to return to England and try to reclaim his fortune there. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what the death rate was in the 18th century because they did not keep records the way we do today, but it's likely that the rate per thousand is about twice as much as it is today. So death was a common thing. But truly, in this time period, dying before you were 20 was the very most dangerous thing. Infant death mortality was something like 30% at times in certain places of Great Britain and North America during the 18th century time period. Not always that high, but at times very, very high compared to what it is today. If you got to 20 or 25 years of age, you'll probably live a fairly normal lifespan that we would guess today. You're going to live to be 60, 70, even 80 years old. A great example of this is Joseph Plum Martin. He lives to 89 years old, and yet he he endured the most extremes of all these issues. He had to deal with severe problems with not having enough food when he was a soldier, not having enough water. Many times he had to deal with sleeping out in the elements, in the wintertime, without even a blanket, just sleeping on the ground. He also had to endure battle. He also had to endure disease while he was in the army. And he was in different kinds of accidents that could easily have killed him. And yet, he lived to 89 years old. Another great example is Nicholas Creswell. He comes from Great Britain to North America in 1774. And he wants to seek his fortune. He wants to find a new life in North America. He endures the travel. He does get ill. He has a doctor see him and the doctor poisons him, almost kills him. To recover from that, he decides he's going to take another sea voyage. He's going to go down to the Caribbean, which of course known for its endemic diseases in the time period. Very dangerous place to go. He survives the trip back up to North America, and then he goes out into the frontier, a very dangerous and violent place to go. No medical care. He's going with very few food supplies. He's going in hostile territory. He gets injured when he's in the backwoods of Kentucky. He can't move for a couple of days. He comes back through more hostile territory and he survives with no problem. He even goes back into the frontier one more time to sell his trade goods, and he survives that without any problem at all, even though he was going through very dangerous situations. Nicholas Creswell writes in 1774, "Confined to my room, sick of the bloody flux, I am in a most miserable condition, so weak I can scarcely get across the room, and afflicted with the most excruciating pain in my bowels. I believe my death is very fast approaching. I am wholly resigned to the will of heaven and submit to my fate without repining." If we were back in time, would we be able to survive all the diseases that they had to deal with in the 18th century? There were endemic and epidemic disease problems in North America in the 18th century. There were places in, especially the southern colonies, that were just ripe with disease. People would just die in certain seasons of the year because there were common things like malaria. And then, even in Philadelphia, they had problems with epidemic diseases that would come in, especially through the seaports. And there were times when they would have yellow fever problems, and large quantities of the population would die. And one of the biggest killers, smallpox. In a lot of these cases, the medical industry really didn't have much of an answer for this. They just had to grin and bear it. They watched this, they wanted to know what was happening with this, but they didn't have any real cures for it. Luckily, something like smallpox, they did come up with ways to inoculate people, but even that was very dangerous. This seems like an impossible life with all these difficulties: the disease, the food, the thirst, the exposure, and yet we have the example of something like the Lewis and Clark expedition. 25 men, however many men it was, a 2-year expedition into unexplored, hostile territory. They had to travel by water, then they had to walk over mountains, and they were in just terrible difficulties. One person died on that expedition. One man, he died of appendicitis, basically almost right after they left. He would have died whether he was on the expedition or at home. All these men, all the rest of these men came home alive. So, could we survive in early North America? Well, if we could get through that infant mortality phase, and that was difficult, that was rich and poor alike that had that problem. If we could get to, say, 20 years old, well, I think we had a pretty good chance, especially if we were hardened like they were. Now, they lived in hard times. It was a difficult world to survive in, and so they were trained for that. They didn't really have any choice. Another question to ask is, did they even know they were living in dangerous times? Well, compared to hundreds of years earlier, they probably thought they were living in the best of times. I'm sure they thought they had it easy compared to, say, medieval peasants or people from even earlier times. So obviously none of us are going to have to go back in time and endure the 18th century and try to have to survive. The question is, how do we use that information for us today? And there's a lot to learn from the people in the 18th century. So many of those people did travel across those oceans and endure those difficulties. And so many families did leave the easy life on the coast and go into the frontier. They took on those challenges, even though it was difficult. We need to take on the challenges that today gives us. We need to cross those oceans, metaphorically. We need to go into the frontier or whatever that is to build a better future for ourselves and for the people after us.
Winter for folks in our time period in early America was just treacherous. You had to have the right environment, you had to have warmth, you had to be able to stay dry, and you had to have plenty of food to see you through these dark winter months. Now, I'm not saying that it was just miserable. I'm not saying that people didn't enjoy themselves and that you couldn't find a book to read and get through the winter. What I am saying is that if you were in the northern part of the United States where the winters are really bad, there's isolation that goes with that, and that's probably the hardest part. Because of the isolation that I'm speaking of, you have to be able to count on yourself and the people around you and your property to see you through these winter months. That means the whole year while you're growing food, you're eating it, you're still bringing it in and having your meals every day, but you're also storing food back so that in these months where you can't grow food, you can still eat and survive. So far in the series, we've talked about the onion, and we've talked about potatoes, and how those are two really great ingredients to store back for winter. Today, we're gonna talk about beef. We're gonna talk about meat. There are some root vegetables here. Those are gonna get us through too, but people were not going the whole winter without having protein. There was meat available. To have meat available to you, number one, you were likely butchering towards the end of fall and getting into the cold, but you're storing meat back by salting it, by smoking it. There are plenty of ways to preserve meat. You can even dry it out. And we've talked about some of these things on the channel before. We've covered salt pork. There's also salt beef. Two of my favorite methods that we've done on the channel to preserve meals is the standing crust pie, and the other one is potting meats. Now with the standing crust pies, we're creating this coffin. We're creating the standing shell pie crust to go ahead and bake a pie with meat and that sort of thing in it. And then we're gonna discard the walls and the top to that pie, and we're just gonna eat the meat. And then the walls basically turn into this disposable Tupperware container for the 18th century. And then in the potted meats, we're basically taking that meat, we're packing it into a vessel really, really tight, and then we're covering it with clarified butter that seals it off like almost like saran wrap all the time. It's really interesting. So today we're gonna use a fresh cut of beef. In the time period, they might have fresh beef, but otherwise, if they had salt beef, they're gonna put that salt beef in the water and let it soak and pull that salt out of it before they use that to prepare this. If they had dried beef, they're going to use broth or water, or in the time period, they would use drippings probably from other things that they'd been cooking, and they're gonna reconstitute that beef. So basically, they're gonna put this dried beef into a moist area, and it's gonna draw that moisture in so that it's not dry any longer. It's gonna absorb it like a sponge. One of the things that I really wanted to do on this channel for a long time was make a beef stew, and we did that a couple of years ago, but it took a long time of searching to find it. And one of the reasons is because in the period cookbooks, they don't always refer to things the way that we refer to things. And so to find a stew, I had to start figuring out, okay, what word are they using? And it turns out that if you start looking at ragouts, you're getting really close to what we talk about as a stew now. And so this is a rump ragout. This recipe is out of The Lady's Assistant by Charlotte Mason from 1787, and it's for a rump au ragout. Cut meat from the bone, flour and fry it. Pour over it a little boiling water, about a pint of small beer, add a carrot or two, an onion stuck with cloves, some whole pepper, salt, a piece of lemon peel, a bunch of sweet herbs, Let these stew an hour, then add some good gravy. When the meat is tender, take it out, strain the sauce, thicken it with a little flour, add a little celery, ready boiled, a little ketchup, put it in the meat just to simmer it up. Now, it goes on to how you can make it fancier and fancier, but this is what's important about this recipe is that this is the only one that I can find, at least so far, where they're using flour to thicken the sauce. And that is one of the main components to what we think of in the Midwest in America of a modern stew, is this beef with carrots, potatoes, and usually celery with this almost like gravy-like thick sauce. And that's what a stew is to us. And that's the only example that I can find in all the cookbooks that I've looked at where they're doing that in the 18th century. The recipe that we're going to be working with today is a little bit different, and it is out of a magazine, which is also really neat because I don't remember ever finding a really neat recipe in a magazine from the time period. It's called the Ladies Magazine, and this is from 1772. Rump of beef a la daub. Take a rump of beef, bone it, then have some bacon, as for larding, but good deal bigger. Mince some thyme, parsley, shallot, mix them together and season them. Then daub your beef with the bacon, put it into a pot or daubing pan with roots of all sorts, spice, etc. Let it stew gently until quite tender, then take it out, drain from the fat, and have ready a good ragout made of carrots, turnips, small onions fried, morels. Put it into your dish and then pour the ragout over it. That sounds really good. Now, whether you pronounce this dish beef a la daub, like I did, being a Midwestern dude from America, or a la daube, and I don't even know I don't even know how to say it for sure, but the French dish, which is what this is, right? This is a dish that's still being made. It still seems to be very popular in Europe. A nice homey dish, probably something that would see you through the winter still to this day. But right now what we're gonna do is we're gonna make it with ingredients that they would have stored back in the 18th century to get them through the winter. So the first thing that we're gonna do is take care of our beef. And that's really simple because there's not a whole lot to do. We're gonna season it with parsley and the thyme, some salt and pepper, whatever spices that you like. The recipe says that. Feel free to go wild with it. Now, it calls for larding the beef. And what they're looking for here is they don't want it to be too dry. In this particular circumstance, I'm literally just going to do a light coating of lard on the outside of the beef so that all that seasoning sticks to it. You can go more traditional method and you can actually lard your beef, but you don't have to do that. That's a method that I still have a lot to learn about. After that is in our Dutch oven, and we have the coals surrounding it and it's simmering and it's doing its job. And it's gonna take some time, every bit of 3 hours. When that is working, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna prepare some onions. You can either use really small onions that you might pickle, or you can just cut up an onion and you're gonna fry that. Once you've got those fried and caramelized and they're looking really nice, you're gonna go ahead and add your sliced carrots, turnips, and mushrooms with a little bit of broth and a little bit of fat. You can use lard or butter, but you're gonna do all this and you're gonna create a ragout. Now, we don't want these vegetables to cook too long so that they're really soft. We still want them to have some body, and we want them to create a nice texture difference than what the beef has going on. Last week up here in northern Indiana, we had sub-zero temperatures. Now imagine that you're in the 18th century and you're having those temperatures. You're out doing your chores to get through the day and you're chopping wood and you're checking on the animals. You come inside frozen to the bone and you smell the smells of fresh cut herbs and meat that's stewing and onion and all of these nice homey smells. Now, I can't guarantee you that any of the dishes that we cook on this channel are exactly like what they were eating. I'm not sure. There's so much difference in how our beef is raised and how our vegetables are grown, and we might be a little off on some of the compositions of the dishes and what the plating looked like, but I can guarantee you the scents, the aromas, they're the same. And coming in from that bone-chilling winter to beef stew over the fire had got to be the best thing right at that moment. Okay, so here it is, and as you can see, it doesn't really look like a beef stew, at least what I grew up eating as beef stew. But it does look like a slow-cooked beef one-pot meal. And the recipe calls for you to kind of saute all of these vegetables on the side and make a ragu out of them and pour it over top. I personally don't see why you wouldn't just put them all into the slow cooker, the Dutch oven, what have you, and make them all at the same time. Although I did it this way because that's what the recipe called for, and the whole point of this is to eat food like they were eating, to prepare it like they were preparing it. Let's see what this tastes like. That's really good, really good. There's a lot of spice in there. Yeah, it's peppery. The shallots really come through. There's a lot of spice in there. I like how we larded the beef and kind of rubbed those spices in. Carrots bring in some nice sweet tones. The turnips are good. Earthiness from the mushrooms. I think that you will love it. You have got to try this one.
Imagine a food source that's so versatile, so prolific, so sustainable, and so vital that it supports a continent. Now that sounds wonderful, but the reality 400 and 500 years ago is as Europeans come into the New World, they think of corn as a barbarous, as a savage and primitive grain. Nothing could be further from the truth. The history of corn goes back thousands and thousands of years. In fact, some people think that humans started to evolve or modify corn as many as 9,000 years ago. Turning this simple grain into something that was so incredibly versatile that it could grow in South America, Central America, and up north all the way to Canada. That it could grow in places that it was very damp or very dry. That they could make different varieties that they could use as popcorn, or something they could eat green, or something they could dry and save for years. All the evidence suggests that corn was developed in this Central American region, that it was developed in such a way and so highly developed that it really couldn't survive upon its own. It's something that needs human intervention for it to continue to grow. Just leaving corn wild in a field, it will just devolve and stop growing very, very quickly. And yet when it is properly manipulated and developed by humans, corn is so amazingly productive that it's really hard to believe that one single kernel of corn can, in one generation, develop more than 1,000 kernels. So a 1,000-fold increase of food. Let me share a word with you. Nixtamalization. What is the downfall of corn? If corn is your major component of your diet, then there's a problem. There are not complete amino acids that are available for humans to digest. And so the only way to make this corn a more rounded food product is to add some alkali component so that this makes it a more complete nutrition foodstuffs. So how did they do this in the time period? They would either soak in lye or they would add ashes to this food component. It's very, very interesting that even though this was a food that was developed for thousands of years, that the societies that relied on corn for a large portion of their food input, those are the places where the food processing or the kinds of ways they would cook their food would add in this alkali. So if one of these societies in Central or South America didn't need corn as a major component of their food, they didn't bother to add the alkali. They would just eat corn in a different kind of way. But any place that really survived upon corn, they would always add this alkali component to make a more complete nutrition package out of corn. In our 18th century context, we see this chemistry taking place in how Native Americans process their corn, both in the ashes going into their parched corn and in soaking corn in lye. I find it very interesting that as soon as Christopher Columbus comes back from America, we see corn in Europe and in North Africa. It's already starting to move. It's something that's brought back almost immediately. It grows in Northern Africa, it grows in places like Turkey and Italy. Now, some people call it, and especially in Europe, they call it turkey corn because they had the mistaken impression that it actually came from Turkey when it was actually corn that was brought over from America. This is a description of exactly the way the Native Americans would have prepared their parched corn. This corn is first parboiled in water and then drained and well dried. When it is perfectly dried, it is then roasted in a plate made for the purpose, ashes being mixed with it to hinder it from burning. They are kept continually stirring, that it may take only the red color that they want. When it has taken that color, they remove the ashes, rub it well, and then put it into a mortar with ashes of the dried stalks of kidney beans and a little water. They then beat it gently, which quickly breaks the husk and turns the whole into a meal. This meal, after being pounded, is dried in the sun, and after this last operation, it may be carried anywhere and will keep 6 months.
All of the recipes that we're going to make today are coming straight out of historical journals. These are foods that people were eating because they were in dire straits and there was nothing left to eat, or because it impacted them because of how good it was, or because of a ceremony it was involved with, or maybe something that they hadn't seen before. When John suggested this technique to me, this was something that kind of took me back because I haven't ever seen anything quite like this before. I was really excited to give it a try, to experiment with it. Hopefully we're gonna get it just right. We're using corn, obviously, in all of these recipes. This is dried corn. It's just simple, dried yellow corn. That's what we've got to work with here. Now, in this particular recipe, what they're talking about is taking this corn and parboiling it, and you're going to basically get it to puff up and kind of loosen up a little bit. This is corn that I have parboiled right here. And as you can see, it's wet. And it's gonna take a little while to dry out. And they put a lot of emphasis on all of this needs to be dry before you continue on to the next stage in the process. Once you have parboiled your corn and you've given it a chance to swell up a little bit, you'll notice that it's just kind of a little bit squishy to the touch. You're gonna set this aside to dry. And that's gonna take a while depending on where you are, how hot it is, the climate, that sort of thing. But you want all the moisture to dry out. It could take a couple of days. It might even take a week. I don't know, depending on where you are. But I've already set some aside to dry for the next step. But just make sure that you let it dry as much as you can. It needs to be very dry. And then we're gonna parch it. And when we parch it, we're gonna put this into a skillet. We're gonna turn that skillet up if you're using the stove at home, probably medium-high heat if you're over the fire. You don't wanna get too hot, you don't wanna burn it, but you want to continue to draw out the remaining moisture. Even though it feels dry to the hand, there's still some moisture in there. And what happens when you parch corn is it begins to swell as it heats up and it pops. It's not gonna pop like popcorn, but it's driving that moisture out, and the husk around the corn is gonna crack. It's gonna pop just a little bit. You're gonna hear it audibly, and you'll even see some bouncing around going in the skillet. If you're doing it in your house, you might wanna have a lid close by just in case it pops a lot, because it can sometimes. When we parch it, A, gets all the moisture out, and B, it softens it. It kind of cracks that open, and then you would be able to take something that you couldn't just chew on, and then you would be able to chew on that. Some people even take parched corn, put some salt on it, and eat it like a snack. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna grind it down into meal. Our corn is parched, it's looking really great. We did not use any wood ash in the parching process. In this environment, we don't need to. Oftentimes over the campfire, you don't need to either, but we do see that in a lot of historical contexts that they sometimes do, sometimes don't. I don't really know what all the reasoning there is, but I knew that I didn't need to for this because I've done it before. There is another ash that they talk about in this recipe, and that is the ash from the stalks of kidney beans. And I have that right here. I've prepared that ahead of time. So we're gonna get some corn in the mortar, and we're gonna add a little bit of this ash. It doesn't give us any ratio, so we're just gonna have to eye this. And I'm gonna start grinding away. Our mixture is ready. Right here we have our cornmeal mixed with our ashes, and it's like a corn flour. That's what we've got going on here. In the reading, what they say is that when you want to consume it, you will mix 1/3 of the meal with 2/3 water, and in time it will swell, and it says in just a couple of minutes. This is mixed up well. It has definitely expanded. It's got a pudding consistency. Let's give it a shot. It's surprisingly gritty. The corn doesn't really come through. It tastes really earthy. And a pinch, this is gonna keep you going. I think it's definitely survival food, but it's not gourmet.
So what did Europeans think when they first came upon corn? What were their ideas? We have a writing from the late 16th century. This is the 1590s, and this is the first Englishman to come back and describe America from someone's point of view that was actually there, rather than from a third-hand account. He writes about corn. He says, pagator. It's a kind of grain so called by the inhabitants. The same in the West Indies is called maize. Englishmen call it Guinea wheat or Turkey wheat, according to the names of the countries from whence it hath been brought. Now, he was wrong about that, but that's just what people thought. The grain is about the bigness of our ordinary English peas, and not much different in form or shape, but of diverse colors, some white, some red, some yellow, some blue. All of them yield a very white and sweet flour, being used according to his kind, making a very good bread. He goes on to describe how they also make it into corn beer and corn ale, which I think is very interesting. Already in the 16th century, they're thinking about making beer out of corn. He goes on to describe the plant, how tall it grows, and he says how great an increase it has, how prolific, how much corn grows from a single grain. He sees amazing potential for this, but it's not like he's accepting this as a food source for Europeans right away. Fast forward 30 years, we go up to the Massachusetts area where the Puritans first land on shore, wanting to start the Plymouth colony. And they, at very first, land and find an Indian graveyard and a store of buried Indian corn. They take some of this, knowing that they might need it to plant the next year. The reality is when these Puritans come to the New World, their old world grains do not grow well here. It's very difficult in a brand new location to get something like wheat or barley or rye to grow well. They survive upon corn. They have to learn how to grow it from the Native Americans that are there. And we have a writing from 1636 where somebody's talking about these very first people having to survive on corn alone. For the want of English grain, wheat, barley, rye proves a sore affliction to some whose stomachs cannot live upon Indian bread, but were compelled to it until the cattle increased and the plows could go. He talks about how this corn it doesn't eat well. It doesn't work for the people, but they have to survive upon that because the other crops aren't working. Talk about providence. Imagine showing up in the New World and there are these Native Americans there and someone actually speaks English. No one's been along the coast here, nobody's settled in North America, and yet they run into someone, Squanto, who speaks English and can teach them how to plant corn, how to fish, how to survive in this new world. We can learn a lot about Native Americans and specifically how they used corn by various writings in the middle part of the 18th century. Both Heckewelder, who is a missionary to Native Americans, and Colonel James Smith, who's taken captive by Native Americans and adopted into a tribe. He's got this wonderful journal or memoir talking about his entire life. And he spends a lot of time with the years that he spends with the Native Americans. And he has to learn and survive to live in the wilderness just like they do. Here's a section of his book right after he's adopted into the tribe. He says, after this ceremony was over, I was introduced to my new kin and told that I was to attend a feast that evening, which I did. And as the custom was, they gave me also a bowl and a wooden spoon, which I carried with me to the place, where there was a number of large brass kettles full of boiled venison and green corn. Everyone advanced with his bowl and a spoon and had his share given him. And after this, one of the chiefs made a short speech and we began to eat.
I've been rereading the journal of Colonel James Smith. I love this journal. It's one of my favorite journals in history. It's just so chock full of really interesting information. He's living with the natives for about 5 years and he's learning so much from them. This is my favorite reference to corn, and corn is mentioned so many times in this thing. But it's kind of beautiful. It's after the ceremony and they're getting ready to celebrate. They sit down and it's this really simple dish, but it just feels so homey. And I know that they were just the way that they were describing it, they were really loving this. And so it's gonna be really simple. We're gonna take green corn, and that's still soft corn, right here on the cob, and we're gonna cut it off. And we're gonna take our venison and we're gonna cut this up into small pieces. We're gonna put it with just a little bit of water and we're gonna boil it. We're not gonna add any spices. We're not gonna salt and pepper this thing because they didn't in the book, at least they didn't mention it. And I don't believe that they had all of those things at that time to be able to spruce it up. So we're gonna keep it as simple as possible. We're just gonna let the sweetness of the corn shine through and let that venison be the meaty kind of stick to your ribs component. When they're talking about green corn, they're talking about what we eat regularly, like as a side dish, fresh corn that is soft. Corn on the cob, an ear of corn from your garden, corn out of a can, frozen corn that you get at the grocery store. All of those are examples of green corn where it's still soft, it's not dried, it's not something that's been stored away, but it is fresh, it's green corn.
As important as corn was, it's interesting to see how it's interpreted and thought about by the people living in North America even 150 years, 160 years after they've started settling in the New World. So they've been using corn to survive upon, but what are they thinking about it within themselves? So here's a very interesting reading. This is from 1780. Joseph Plum Martin was an American soldier, and he was sustained upon a lot of corn products. In fact, sometimes it seems like cornmeal was the only thing the soldiers had to eat. But at one point, he's talking about a time when they were in a house and loyalists came into the house. They fled the scene and the loyalists were searching their house. They had left behind some of their food, and here's what happens. He says, when they could find, this is the loyalists, when they could find none to wreak their vengeance upon, they cut open the knapsacks of the guard and strew the Indian meal about the floor, laughing at the poverty of the Yankee soldiery who had nothing but hog's fodder, as they termed it, to eat. So these loyalists weren't from England, which I'm sure the English soldiers would have thought exactly the same thing. So here are some people within the colonies thinking corn is, hey, this is a staple and we're going to survive upon it. And then other people who are living here saying that's nothing but hog's fodder, which is generally a typical way of viewing it from the European sense. It is very interesting to me that, yes, we are 160 years or 180 years after the first introduction of corn into the diet of these European settlers. And even after all this time, we have conflicting ideas about what's going on with corn and how important it is to the colonies. This is one of the most important foodstuffs in all of the colonies. It's fed to animals, it's fed to people, it's used on all the different socioeconomic levels. We have a letter that Benjamin Franklin writes to people in France in the 1780s, and they're having a problem with growing enough wheat for the amount of people they have. And he's saying, you need to adopt more corn, you need to use corn. And he goes into a great explanation of how it's grown and how it's eaten. He's pointing to this because he thinks it's important for the survival of even people in Europe. And yet we have people in the United States that still are shunning the idea of eating a great quantity of corn. And then other people who look at corn as the great inexpensive food that it is. They are proud that this very inexpensive food is something that they survive upon. They write poems about it, they write books about it. They think it's the most important thing for people to accept as a food and as a foundation for their diets. Here's Joseph Plum Martin talking about how these soldiers ate or cooked their cornmeal. He says, we had no wheat flour. All the bread stuff we got was Indian cornmeal or Indian corn flour. Our Connecticut Yankees were as ignorant of making this meal or flour into bread as a wild Indian would be of making pound cake. All we had any idea of doing with it was to make it into hasty pudding.
You read these stories about soldiers in dire straits and you think, could I do that? Would I be able to get through on just the simplest ingredients without any flavor whatsoever? There's so many times where you're reading these journals and people are like, I just wish that I had some salt. We're going to make this hasty pudding with cornmeal without anything, without salt. We're gonna have a little bit of maple syrup because it's very likely that they would have been able to get a hold of that, but we're not gonna season this as we go. And it's a very simple recipe. You can't really go wrong with it. It's water and it's cornmeal. Now we are using a special cornmeal. It's very period correct cornmeal. I'm excited to try it. I'm excited to see how this comes together. And really we're just gonna use 2 cups of water and somewhere between a 1/4 cup and a 1/2 cup of cornmeal, depending on consistency, and we'll know that as we're going. We're gonna make sure to keep it stirring the whole time. And as we add the cornmeal, we're just gonna add it a little bit at a time while we're stirring so that the boil continues to be happening. We don't wanna dump the whole thing in there and kill the boil of the water. We want it to continue to stay hot as we're adding the cornmeal. And then it's probably gonna take a good 15, 20, maybe even 30 minutes to set up right. And we're gonna stir it pretty much the whole time. When you're making this, you want a fairly coarse ground cornmeal. You don't want super fine. And if you want to get something close to period correct, there's Barnes Farm and Milling Company down in Salem, Kentucky. That's where we got this. We've gotten other ingredients from them in the past, and they've treated us really well. Make sure to go look them up. If you want to make anything with period correct corn ingredients, that's the place to go.
Without corn, without learning about the plant itself, how to use it, even how to prepare it, the colonists wouldn't have been able to survive in North America. Without this commodity, they wouldn't have been able to survive. It wouldn't have been economically possible. It wouldn't even have been just physically possible. They wouldn't have been able to learn this unless they got this information from the Native Americans. The Native Americans who'd been surviving on this food for hundreds, if not thousands of years. The sandwich is one of the biggest food innovations in the last 300 years. It seems so incredibly simple. A little bit of bread on the top and the bottom and something in the middle like a wonderful slice of meat, and everything is different. This invention changed everything. There are over 300 million people in America today. How many sandwiches do you think were eaten last year? The number has to be incredible. And what even is a sandwich? The legal definition of a sandwich is different, varying from state to state. Is a taco a sandwich? Is a hot dog a sandwich? If we go back to 250 years ago, it's much simpler. But let's push back even farther. Back into the late Middle Ages, when people were eating on trenchers, they were loaves of bread specifically made to be a plate that you would eat your food upon. And you might not even eat the plate itself, but you could, or you might give it away to a poor person. It's getting close to the idea of a sandwich, but we don't have a top yet, and it's huge. Another example is sippets and sops. Pieces of bread that they would use within their meals. They would put their food upon these little slices of bread, or maybe put them in their soups. Again, to help them eat their food, but it just didn't make it so that you could pick it up in your hand. It's hard to believe that the idea of the sandwich doesn't pop up until 1760 with John Montague, the Earl of Sandwich, and apparently he's a heavy gambler or someone who plays lots of games. He wants to be able to snack, he wants to be able to eat food and not get his fingers dirty and not have to use a fork. So he asks his valet to bring him a slice of salted beef with 2 slices of bread on either side, and voila, we have the sandwich. Now, this idea seems to take off pretty quickly in one sense, but very slowly in another sense. We see Gibbon, an author in the late 18th century, and he writes in his journal in 1762 about eating in a gentleman's club, and multiple people are eating a sandwich, as he calls it. Now, these sandwiches at the time were very small little sandwiches and very simple, with just bread and a slice of meat, maybe something like butter, possibly a piece of cheese, and that's it. They show up in a cookbook in 1777 in The Lady's Assistant with Charlotte Mason, and she gives us a very simple, small recipe for sandwiches. Also in the late 18th century, we start to see the concept of sandwich show up in literature. We have novels and the occasional novel where they talk about eating sandwiches. But again, the way it's kind of inferred or talked about, sandwiches are a very light little thing. They're just small little snacks. That's really all they are. But the sandwich does start to really come into its own in the 19th century. We've got a cookbook in the early 19th century, about 1827, and there are 5 or 6 recipes for sandwiches. Cheese sandwiches and a shrimp sandwich and egg sandwiches. And then by the middle or late 19th century, we have a restaurant in 1866, and that restaurant has as many as 100 different sandwich recipes. Here is Gibbon giving a description of a gentleman's club, and it's November 24th, 1762. A sight truly English, 20 or 30 perhaps of the first men in the kingdom, in a point of fashion and fortune, supping at little tables covered with a napkin, and in the middle of a coffee room, upon a bit of cold meat, or a sandwich, or drinking a glass of punch. It's interesting that these early sandwiches seem to be something that we might call a snack. And that term itself is very interesting. In the 18th century, a snack, by a general definition, meant something that was shared or your part in something else. And sometimes later on it became the meaning of a small bite of something. And you could see how those two things go together. Like you would have a large bowl of snacks and everyone would have one part in that. But let's make that very first sandwich. Charlotte Mason's The Lady's Assistant has the first recipe for sandwiches. It goes like this. Sandwiches. Put some very thin slices of beef between thin slices of bread and butter. Cut the ends off neatly. Lay them in a dish. Veal and ham cut thin may be served in the same manner. So very, very simple. It's just the bread, a little butter, a little meat. It's interesting that most of these early sandwich recipes do not get very complex. They don't have lettuce, they don't have tomato or sauces necessarily. Sometimes they talk about a little bit of mustard, but butter seems to be a common implement here. This could not be simpler. Now we're going to take a nice loaf of white bread here and slice it into thin slices. Now remember, we're going to cut off all the crust and that later on, but first we're going to cut this into nice thin slices, and I'm going to butter this bread lightly. Now some of these recipes we might have toasted this bread, but again, it's meant to be picked up with your fingers. You don't want to get them greasy, so we're going to have just butter on one side. We're also going to cut our beef in very thin slices. Now these first recipes, where the Earl of Sandwich, he was making sandwich with salt beef, which may or may not have been cooked. But we just have a nicely cooked piece of beef here. It's cold, it's already a little dry, which is perfect for our sandwich in this circumstance. Let's make one of the sandwiches out of the 1827 cookbook. This one's the ham and cheese. Prepare a gallimaufry of cheese with equal parts butter and season agreeable to taste. Spread it upon bread. Cover it with thin slices of ham, tongue, breaded beef, or bacon. Cover it with another slice of bread. Press it together. Cut it into small pieces. Serve all sandwiches upon a napkin. Now, this one's going to be equally easy. We'll have to prepare our gallimaufry. So we'll take equal parts of cheese and butter. I'm going to heat this in our frying pan and turn it into a nice sauce that we can spread upon our slices of bread. Then goes on the ham. We'll press it together. That will be our sandwich. I like this idea of the ham and cheese sandwich, and the cheese is soft. They want to make this easy to eat. So it's a gallimaufry. That's just a hodgepodge, a mixture of our cheese and butter. I love digging into the food because we get something like this. A food that was a very rich man's food. The Earl of Sandwich, and he invents this, and then it's in gentlemen's clubs. And 100 years later, it becomes a workman's food, a common food for everyone. And then today, it's a fast food. Everyone's eating it, and it's the cheapest thing you can buy. I really love the look of these. You can see how they're so fancy. You know, I'm not an expert on sandwiches today, but I would love to hear in the comment section about your craziest sandwich that you've ever eaten. Earlier, I asked the question about were tacos a sandwich or were hot dogs a sandwich? And that leads me back to hot dogs for just a second. Hot dogs are a really interesting story. They're just a little sausage and they're in a bread bun. The same reason why we have bread on these sandwiches, to keep our fingers clean. In 1870 or so, someone wanted to sell little sausages. But they were walking in Coney Island and they didn't want to get their fingers dirty. And so he had to invent the hot dog bun. And that's 110 years after the sandwich. Let's try a couple of these 19th and 18th century sandwiches. Let's start at the beginning with the famous Earl of Sandwich. Here it is, our beef, a little bit of butter, a little bit of bread. I could be playing cards right now. My fingers are still clean, maybe working at my desk, just like John Montague. The butter brings in just enough moisture, even though the meat is kind of dry, which is exactly what they would have had on those early sandwiches. Now, here's the ham and cheese with the gallimaufry of cheese. I want to try that one out. This one looks really good, and I really like the look on this one. Ham and cheese, one of my favorites. I love it. That cheesy mixture with butter and cheese makes a wonderful soft cheese sauce that goes on there, and it tastes fantastic. The winter of 1777 and 1778 at Valley Forge is one of those quintessential moments in American history. It's that moment in filmmaking that we call all is lost. It's a point about 2/3 or 3/4 of the way through the movie where the protagonist has totally lost it. It is that moment in American history where all is lost. Imagine it's December 25th. Christmas Day, and what are you doing as a soldier? You want to be home in the warm. Instead, you're out here in the snow making a cabin, building a cabin from the logs around you with primitive tools, just wood and mud and sticks. And you have to make a hut so that you can live the entire winter and stay warm, so you can train. At the end of the military campaign season of 1777, Washington withdrew his troops into a rural area about 20 miles away from Philadelphia. Now imagine this, 11,000 men, and you're going into a completely open area with fields, some hills, some woods. That's it. You've got to make a small town for all these men. This area was just 20 miles away from Philadelphia. That's the capital city, and it's occupied by the British. This is an amazing circumstance if you think about it. And they set up camp at the end of December. They set up their tents, and it is cold, 4 inches of snow on the ground. Right after they set up camp, Washington declares a day of Thanksgiving, but the supplies are meager. Some people get an actual meat ration, and others deal with just the meagerest food. The army is basically short of everything you can imagine. There are problems with shoes, pants, socks, hats. There's not enough food, there isn't enough equipment, there aren't enough tents, and it's wintertime. Washington says, let's build huts or cabins for all the men. So he sets the men to work on cabins. There aren't really enough tools. It takes a month before everyone is under an actual roof. The cabins they build are just like the cabin that we've got here, approximately 15 feet wide and maybe 20 feet long. They're maybe 6 feet at the wall edge at the max, and they have very, very simple rugged roofs made out of shingles or whatever they can get a hold of. Can you imagine? This is the size of a small city today, and you have to make this happen immediately. You basically all walk into this area and say, let's make a town. And they do something exactly like that. Rules and regulations start to come out right away to organize these men into a working city. Immediately they start to work on things like gathering up the supplies they need to make soap. Anyone who has experience with that kind of thing, they're set aside. Gather up all the ashes, gather up all the fat. You have to make soap because these men need that. They also gather up all the men who have any experience tailoring or working with fabric so that they can start to make new uniforms. You can imagine there's a little bit of lawlessness in this situation. You've got men that don't have enough supplies, and they're gonna go out and steal or get supplies whatever way they can. The officers in General Washington have to deal with this right away, and they make regulations. They make sure that men just can't leave camp whenever they want to. They make sure that you can't shoot off guns unless you have permission. And they make some very strict rules about the people that go out into the countryside and how they are acquiring the goods that they're getting from the civilians in the area around. They do make sure that as they get supplies, if they don't have money to give people that they are taking the supplies from, they give them a receipt so that they can get paid back, hopefully in the future. But unfortunately, as the money inflates in the time period, many of these folks probably never got reimbursed at all. This is a rebuilding time for the Army. They're resting, as it were, and they're retraining and they're resupplying if possible. And supply was difficult, especially clothing. Something like a quarter of the men didn't have a shirt, and a different quarter of the men didn't have proper footwear, or maybe shoes at all. If you're marching out in the snow and you don't have proper shoes, they would take their blankets and cut them up. Of course, if you take your blanket and cut it up, then you don't have a blanket. To make matters worse, we have health problems. A lot of the men are sick. They have things like the itch or dysentery. Typhus is going through the camp at that time. And if you've built a little city, you also have to build little hospitals. And so they had little hospital areas around here. And they had a problem where the men would go into the hospital with their clothing and it would get stolen. And once they got well again, they came out of the hospital and they had no equipment whatsoever. The question is, how do you feed 11,000 men in a setting like this? We have a small city of men that have just come off of a military campaign and they are worn out. They could have possibly set up in a larger city where there were, more supplies and lots of farmers. This is very, very challenging to feed an army. We have many, many accounts of just how few supplies there were to work with. Yes, they were going out and scouring whatever they possibly could from the area, but there are complaints over and over about the amount of food. Here's a reading from a soldier to his father at home, and he's writing about being in Valley Forge. And he says, on the day appointed for the Continental Thanksgiving, we drew a half a gill of rice per man, with which our beef and flour were the dainties of our feast. And then he says, we are now about to build huts for shelter this winter. We have nothing convenient to work with. Axes are very scarce. Everything was very scarce, and food was extremely scarce. We also have a diary from a surgeon who was at Valley Forge. He was sick at this time, and his diary is just replete with depression. And he complains and complains. He's so sick he really can't eat anything, but there isn't anything to eat anyway. But he talks about the other soldiers around him. Preparations are made for huts, provisions scarce. Hardly wish myself at home. My skin and eyes are almost spoiled with continual smoke. A general cry through the camp this evening among the soldiers, no meat, no meat. The distant vales echo back the melancholy sound, no meat, imitating the noise of the crows and owls, and almost made it a part of confused music. What have you for dinner, boys? Nothing but fire cake and water, sir. At night, gentlemen, the supper is ready. What is your supper, lads? Fire cake and water, sir. Very poor beef has been drawn into the camp the greater part of this season. Joseph Plum Martin also mentions this Thanksgiving with nothing but rice and vinegar. It sounds like some of the troops had some other supplies. Yes, some had meat, some had a little bit of flour. Others, they only got the rice and vinegar. So today we're going to be making up a simple rice and vinegar and a few fire cakes. And that will be the feast for our Valley Forge soldiers. There are times in history when we have looked at this story of Valley Forge, the time right after Washington's death, and also during the Civil War and after the Civil War. When we started to look at this story, the popular public opinion can seem like it's very, very exaggerated. But the reality of this story, when you look at the numbers and the diary entries and the letters home, it seems like maybe you can't over-exaggerate this. It was probably that bad. Okay, maybe there weren't as many bloody tracks in the snow as you might hear in some of the stories, but there probably were bloody tracks in the snow. There were situations that we just really can't quite imagine today. With the harsh conditions and the lack of supplies, mutiny was a problem, and the officers and General Washington especially had to think about this problem. How do we keep these men in order? And they had problems at different times during the winter. Men without supplies demanded something. They wanted more, and they said they would riot without it. So how do you deal with that? That was one of the problems in general that Washington had. He had men from different colonies, and all these different colonies had very different cultures. I don't think we can get our heads around that today. We're a very homogenous United States compared to the individual colonies at the time. They were very different. How do you bring these men together? I love the Master and Commander series by Patrick O'Brien, and the captain has to deal with this same problem many times on board ship. He has men that are old sailors and new sailors and people that don't have any experience at all. People from different ships all coming together under a new command. How do you weld them together into a solid fighting force? That was his challenge. He would hope for a naval engagement right away, a fight to bring these men together, or a very, very strong storm so that they had to fight for their lives. That would weld them together into a single fighting force. And I believe that's what General Washington was hoping for. A situation that is difficult for the men to get through, something they had to fight together to make it through. And that's what welds this army together from these disparate colonies, and now it's a single fighting force. And they come out of it in the spring together, retrained, resupplied, and ready for another year of campaigning. In the past 400 years, we have seen tremendous changes in the foods that people eat, in the ways they cook them, and in the equipment they cook them with. If we focus on lower income and middle lower income people in Great Britain and North America, we see that they're cooking in a very simple manner over an open fire, and they're eating the same foods day after day. They're using simple equipment and basic ingredients that are specific to their region. And that really affects the culture, what the people are like. In the book Albion Seed, the author points to 4 main cultural groups that come out of Great Britain and settle in North America. The people in East Anglia, folks from Southern England, from the North Midlands, and from the northern border regions. They come in each with their own cultural ideas about the foods they eat and how they cook them. Very different, even though these groups are not very far apart. It's very interesting to see how these food ways affect what happens in North America. We see a completely different way of cooking foods and the types of foods they eat in, say, New England versus Virginia or Pennsylvania or the backcountry. Now, each one of these cultures in this early time period is using the same kind of simple open hearth to cook in. Now, this is a progression from the much, much earlier hearth that was in the center of your room. And hundreds of years earlier, your typical kitchen was just in the main room of the house. And in the center of that room was basically a campfire. And the only way you could cook was extending pots over this fire or using simple cooking implements right beside it. The smoke went straight up to the ceiling and slowly leaked out through the roof. After a while, we get to the progression of the classic fireplace. And the best fireplace, the best cooking fireplace in the 17th and 18th century time period is a huge walk-in fireplace. Imagine a fireplace that is 6 feet wide or 8 feet wide, and certainly tall enough that you can crouch and get into it. There are even fireplaces in that time period with seats inside of them. It was like a room in and of itself. And this was like a giant oven. You can imagine how smoky and how hot your kitchen was if you had to cook on a fireplace like that. So imagine that's your stove in your kitchen. You have this huge open fireplace. How are you going to cook within it? You don't have burners, you don't have an oven per se. So everything has to be cooked in pots that hang from your crane or your poles that go across the top of the fire, or you've got simple trivets that you can put into the fire that hold your pots and pans on top of them. Now, this idea that we have such simplistic equipment changes exactly what we can cook. It makes it so that things like stews or roasts are the main item that you're going to cook. It's interesting that we still have different cultures and different cultural foods going on, even though their equipment is very similar. In places in southern England, frying was more important. If we go to East Anglia, then we have more boiled foods. If we go up into the Northern Midlands, yes, we've got a different kind of food that's more popular there. So not everything about their food was affected exactly by their equipment. Sometimes the foodways are affected by the kinds of grains that are available to them, or the meats that are available to them, or even sometimes their philosophical ideas about what's important about food. Some people are very, very interested in their food being rich and being a wonderful experience in eating. And others are shunning the concept of enjoying their food too much. That would be a distraction from what they should be doing. So how do we go from a kitchen with this huge open fireplace, these heavy pots and pans, chains and hooks and trivets, to the kitchen that we have today? That's an amazing progression, isn't it? The question is, why did it change? Most of that is that drive for the affluent foods. People that are in that lower and middle income group really want to have rich foods. And the reality is that even hundreds of years before that, the richest people, let's say the kings, they had kitchens that were amazing technological marvels. They had the complex kitchens, areas that were just set aside for pastries, and ways to just roast meats, and special ovens, and special cook stoves for amazing complicated meals. One of the developments that happens in Northern Europe is the raised hearth, and that happens because of the lack of fuel. Firewood becomes very difficult to get, and so you need to cook with very small fires you're using just little sticks or whatever you have available. We can tend it constantly, and we have a smoke hood right above us. This kind of cooking surface was still in use in Europe until the middle of the 20th century. It was a very simple way of getting our fire close to us, and we would be able to cook different types of things. This cooking surface changes the kinds of foods that are available to us. While the raised hearth allows us to use less fuel, it also gives us much more control and allows us to cook more complicated foods. The next innovation is one that is related to this, and that is the stew stove. We see stew stoves showing up in something as early as Roman cookery. These stew stoves were a masonry construction along the wall, sometimes with a window right behind it to carry away the smoke. And it would have this raised hearth surface, but in the center of the raised hearth surface, there is a hole, usually 6 or 8 inches square. And this hole would go down into the masonry, and then there would be an air hole that would come in through the side. There would be a metal basket that's suspended below the surface so that you could put charcoal or small wood fire underneath that. Now, this stew stove would allow you to have a very controlled fire. It would also make it so that you could make it almost smokeless if you're using something like charcoal. And you could control that heat a lot, something like a hob or a burner on our stoves today. Now, when we started to use something like a stew stove, that allowed completely different cooking vessels. Then we get something like a saucepan that has no legs, and we get much thinner material because we have a smaller controlled fire. That makes it so that you can create those very complex cullis-like sauces and different sorts of cooking that you need to watch for a particular moment in time and things that you need to stir constantly. If you need to stir something over these big open fires, you would burn up. They were very dangerous to use. But with a stew stove, you could be right there constantly tending your cooking all the while. One of the best examples we have of stew stove here in North America is what's happening at Monticello. Thomas Jefferson comes back from France and he wants to bring that French cooking to North America, and he brings in that concept of a stew stove right there into his kitchen. Baking is very important to some of these cultures, and baking can be very difficult if you don't have a huge, expensive oven. So some of these cultures early on, when they didn't have an oven, would use one of their thick cast iron pots and cover that over on a heated hearth to do simple baking. But ovens are so important, and we want to have a real oven in our kitchen. So in the 18th century, we had ovens that were sometimes built into the wall of our huge hearth, and these were just simple, basically brick boxes, which we would build the fire in, and when it got up to heat, we would scrape the fire out and close the door with our bread or whatever was being baked inside of it. These ovens were so utterly simple, but still fairly expensive. In some of these cultures, we also had a common outdoor oven, which would be made with mud like we've done on the channel before. And these were much less expensive, but they were much more delicate also. They wouldn't last as long. But what we really want is to bring that oven inside the house and make it much more small and controllable. These ovens could vary in size a great deal, depending on whether it's just for a small household or a giant oven for a larger community. As ovens become more and more available, it changes the diet and the food of people and how they cook it. One great example of that is the disappearance of the boiled pudding. Early on, when you had nothing but a big pot to boil in, puddings were done inside of a cloth bag, and you would just boil it for hours and hours at a time. But as ovens became available, you see more and more baked puddings. And it's almost sometimes exactly the same recipe. It's just baked in the oven in a dish instead of boiled in a bag. If we don't have a regular oven, we have oven techniques that we can use. We can use the bake kettle, which is a cast iron implement that we can have fire underneath and on top. Or we have simple reflector ovens that we can use in our open fireplace and get an oven-like result. There are tremendous innovations that happened between 1740 and 1850 that really change what's happening in the kitchen and how we cook. And that's the development of the cast iron stove. We start to see that in the 1740s with something like the Franklin stove. Now, the Franklin stove was a cast iron fireplace, not really meant for cooking at all, but it's that start of the idea that we don't need to have a huge masonry implement on the side of our wall. It makes it so that we can bring the fire out into the room, heat is happening all around it, and the smoke is taken away through a metal pipe out through the ceiling. Now, that doesn't just take off crazy in the 18th century, but it's the start of that concept. And we also have developments of cast iron work happening in Great Britain in the 1780s, where they have to change from regular firewood to coal. And that changes what's happening with the hearth altogether. We need grates and different ways to hold that coal so it will burn properly. But at the same time, they start to develop things like little ovens off to the side. Now that starts a chain reaction. As we go into the 19th century, we start to see what we would think of as the cast iron wood stove being developed in North America. We have hundreds of patents happening at the time and a slow incremental development that turns into the cast iron wood stove that we know of today. If we look at a Currier and Ives print of a kitchen in the 1850s or 1860s, we see something like an Oberlin stove or any of those classic stoves we see in the Sears catalog from the late 19th century or early 20th century. Those cast iron stoves are that direct descendant of the concept of the Franklin stove moving into the kitchen. Now this changes everything. It moves that fire into a cast iron box. It's much more controllable. It also makes it so that we can have burners on the top and an oven on the side. Even on some of these later stoves, we have a water jacket on the back so they can heat water for washing or whatever we need to do. This is changing the kitchen completely. It makes it much less cozy, but it makes it much less smoky and much less dangerous at the same time. Even in this circumstance, we don't have as much control as we want, and the fuel is disappearing. Things like coal or especially firewood become less and less available in some areas. So in the early 19th century, 1802 or so, we have the thought of maybe we can have a gas stove. And gas stoves start to be developed in that time period and really come into fruition much later in the 19th century. But that gives you much more precise control and much less smoke. And then in the early 20th century, even electric stoves come into play. Again, these are developed right out of that same cast iron stove, and they emulate that. All throughout this process, what we've been doing is getting rid of the heat and getting rid of the smoke so that we can get right up there and cook, and our food isn't affected by the fuel itself, so that we don't have the taste of wood smoke in every single thing we cook. And that's one of these huge differences. Imagine living in that house in 1700 and you have this huge open fireplace and smoke is in your life every moment. It's in your clothes, it's in your bedding, and it's in every single dish that you cook. As we move through this time period, that smoke disappears more and more from the house. They get more able to take it out of the house and separate it from the food and from everything else in our life. So that by the time we get to that early 20th century, smoke is all but disappeared. Isn't it interesting that even today, some of us still desire that smoke in our food, and we go to great lengths to get the just right smoky flavor in a particular dish, but we certainly don't want it in every single one of our dishes. Let's not make this mistake of thinking that all these changes in how we're cooking and what we're cooking with is this constant linear evolution of cooking. It's changing in different ways in different places. So that yes, we might see a raised hearth in one area in 1500 and still being used in the middle of the 20th century, and yet in other places we'll see a completely different evolution. So it's a very complex change from one cooking method to another. All this innovation in the kitchen, what's happening with our fire and the implements that we use it and the techniques that we can use now that we didn't have before, has completely changed our food culture, what we can eat and how we eat it. As we look into these 18th century cookbooks, we see them trying to cook very, very difficult things, at least in the kitchens that they had. They were trying to emulate these very rich, expensive foods. Today, they seem simplistic. On our cooktop and with our cooking equipment that we have today, they're simple. Isn't it interesting that They did all this cooking in the 18th century when they had the most primitive equipment available. And yet today, with all our complex kitchens, we cook less and less. Imagine you're on a 2-month expedition into the wilderness and all you have to eat is salt pork, dried peas, and ship's biscuit. This is the life of the French voyageur in the late 18th century. They're living a life where they're going into the frontier constantly, going with large boats, large canoes, and going into the frontier to trade for furs with the Native Americans. Rivers and lakes of this time period were the superhighways. They're the way that people can get into the deep frontier in North America to access these markets that they would never be able to get to in any other way. They're using birch bark canoes. They're also using bateaux made of regular wooden planks. They're being manned by these voyageurs and boatmen. And it takes a special kind of person to be able to do this job. You can imagine going into the frontier. It's hard enough to live in the woods, but you also have to paddle or work these boats 12 and 16 hours a day. Some of the most difficult physical labor possible in a very dangerous environment. Our French-Canadian voyageurs are from Quebec, and yet the area they're working within extends much further west, further south, and even further north. The region in which they're working in is huge. They are the long-haul truckers of the late 18th century. Their travels could take them easily 1,000 miles into the wilderness. There are different boats for different jobs, but there are many things that are happening on the frontier. People are taking goods out, sometimes taking people out. At times they're ferrying people across rivers or across large lakes. And it's an arduous job. Now, you're doing this job and you don't have a lot of room for provision, but you have to take along enough to survive upon completely. The food you bring along has to meet a lot of different requirements. It has to be something that's very dense, has a lot of energy in it, is easy to keep in a edible form. It can't be damaged by temperature or a little bit of dampness. It takes a special kind of food to fuel this journey. Your cooking equipment is also a major problem. You can't bring along an entire stove and 14 pots and dishes to do this. It has to be all happening in one pot. So what meets all these requirements? There's a wonderful journal from 1795 by Isaac Weld, and he travels through the United States and in Lower Canada, and he gives us a wonderful description of this particular setting. He says, on setting out, each man is furnished with a certain allowance of salted pork, biscuit, peas, and brandy. The peas and biscuit they boil with some pork into a porridge, and a large vessel full of it is generally kept at the head of the bateau for the use of the crew when they stop in the course of the day. These men are surviving on this one dish that they make once a day. They boil up salt pork with peas and ship's biscuit into this solid sort of porridge that they can therefore sample all throughout the day to keep them going. Can you imagine this pot full of green, strange porridge in the front of your boat, and whenever you get hungry, you go up and you fill up your bowl, you eat that, and you get right back to work. This might seem like a strange food for us today, and it is to a certain extent. Imagine your boat or your canoe has barrels of salt pork in it, and salt pork is exactly that and nothing else. It is pork that is submerged in salt, and we're using the entire pig at times. You might even find a hog's head in your barrel of salt pork. It's not just a particular cut, but the entire animal. Salt pork was a huge industry in the 18th century because this provision was so important, not only for sailors on the ocean, but for inland provision, like for our voyageurs, or just regular households. Some people are surviving on salt pork the entire year, shunning fresh provisions because they could sell those off at a better price. Salt pork is prepared by butchering your hog and lightly salting the meat letting all the blood drain out of it. The salt is packed around every single piece and it's tightly put into a barrel. And this salt pork can last for up to a year, possibly longer. There are a few references in the 18th century to people eating their salt pork raw. They basically just knock all the salt off of it and eat it as it is. But that's an emergency kind of setting. I definitely wouldn't suggest that for anyone. Most of our recipes in the 18th century use salt pork and they soak it in fresh water, changing the water several times to make it less salty. This dish is easy to prepare, but it does have several steps to it. First off, we're going to start off with our salt pork. Our salt pork has to be soaked. And I'm going to soak this salt pork overnight and then cut it up into nice gobbets, a small edible bite-sized piece. This recipe is made to cook up and serve in one vessel. So we're going to start off with cold water, add our salt pork to it, and bring it to a boil. Once that's brought to a boil, we're going to put in our also soaked dried peas. And here we're going to be using split peas. They might have had whole peas. There are times when they might have used beans instead. Again, we have to get those pre-soaked also. Once our pork and our peas are boiling in our vessel, we're just going to leave that boil for an hour or so. And once that's started to break up, then we add our ship's biscuit. And this is going to give us another nice texture in here. The ship's biscuit is another important component to this, and it's going to add a lot of calories to it. It is one of those classic ship's provisions and provision that can be used for a long time, as long as it's kept dry. And here we're going to pound it up into bits. We could pound the ship's biscuit all the way up into a flour and just use it as a thickener, but we're going to leave these chunks a little bigger, and that will give us a nice texture and feel. It doesn't need to boil too long once it's got the ship's biscuit in it. Normally about 20 minutes, a half hour. We don't want to get those ship's biscuits so they're too soft. If you've been on the channel before, you know we've talked about pemmican. And pemmican is really important for the same set of people. But this pemmican is what comes in after this dish. Pemmican actually replaces salt pork in so much of the provision of the voyageurs and the people that are doing that kind of a job. Pemmican is even more dense and more powerful of food to bring along. But salt pork is what there was before pemmican was really discovered to be even better. Isaac Weld, who wrote this text, also describes our voyageurs in great detail. And he gives us some wonderful pictures talking about how they like to sing as they canoe along, about how they sleep at night. They just sleep on the grass with their short blankets. They don't have a blanket that covers themselves. And even when it rains, they just sleep out in the rain. And they really enjoy their job. Even though it's hard, it probably doesn't pay well. Certainly the food doesn't look necessarily delicious, but they would much rather be doing this job than being a simple farmer. It's very interesting to compare the voyageurs to something like the cowboys. The heyday of the cowboy is only like a 10 or a 15-year time period, whereas voyageurs were important from the middle of the 17th century to the middle of the 19th century, an almost 200-year time span when these men working in the frontier were an important part of the economy. When trains and other kinds of transport become popular in the middle of the 19th century, the occupation of the voyageur disappears. Our voyageur stew is ready to try out. It's still nice and hot. And you know, it doesn't necessarily look terribly appetizing, but I'll bet after a day of canoeing in the wilderness, this would hit the spot. Well, it's really got some wonderful flavors. You don't need any seasoning or salt. There's enough salt that comes in with the salt pork. The ship's biscuit has still got a wonderful texture in here. It might not look appetizing, but it's very, very good. Imagine you're in charge of feeding 200 people. Not only that, but you are at sea for 3 months on a wooden vessel only 120 feet long. How are you going to do this? A 32-gun frigate in the 18th century was a medium-sized warship. This ship is probably 120 or 140 feet long and maximum 30 feet wide, with an array of cannons on board. And this is the kind of ship that goes all over the world to take care of small problems. This isn't the kind of ship that's in a line of battle with, giant battleships all lined up, but they go on independent missions. Now, they have a very challenging environment, especially the cook. The main ship's cook has to cook for all the normal sailors on board as well as the soldiers. And he has to get these men fed in a very, very short period of time, because there is a special cook that does the cooking just for the officers, and then probably a cook just for the captain himself. Moving all these soldiers and sailors over the ocean in this rickety wooden vessel calls for a very complex and rigid system of rules, a tradition that has to extend for centuries. For all this tradition, it's amazing how many people wanted to change the Navy and to change things going on in this late 18th century. So John Cochrane writes this little book called The Seaman's Guide. But basically, this book is mostly all about bread and how can we bake bread on board ship. The standard sailor's ration of this time period was a gallon of beer, and every day they would get a pound of ship's biscuits. And ship's biscuits are the hardest bread known to mankind. You can use them to hammer in a nail. The author here thinks that soft bread would be so much better for these sailors. And how can soft bread be baked on board ship? There are different problems with bringing bread on board ship. If we're at sea for months at a time, we can't bring soft bread from on land. It's going to get bad in just a couple of days. Certainly by the first week, it's already starting to turn green. It might sound easy to bake bread at sea, but we have a lot of different kinds of problems. We need to have a fairly large oven, and we need to have the materials. Flour, that's no problem, but yeast is the big problem. And he spends most of the book here talking about the problem of yeast at sea. Bread in Great Britain and North America at the time was mostly baked with a liquid yeast that you got from the brewer. Now, that's a problem at sea. There is no brewer right down the street that we can go get our yeast. So how do they do this? How do they leaven bread at sea? What John Cochrane is suggesting here is called either the old dough technique or the leaven technique. And this is a bread method they were using on the continent in Europe, especially France and other places. So this is the typical liquid yeast that people would be making their bread with in Great Britain and North America. They would get this from the brewer and they would get it fresh every time. This might have a little bit of hopsy flavor to it, but mostly it's probably from ale, which doesn't have a lot of hops in it and it wouldn't be very bitter. So what happens if we can't get that? If we're on board ship, then we can use this leaven technique, and we talked about it before. It has to do with taking a lump of dough from a bread baking that you've already done a previous day, 2 or 3 days previously. When you've done this, you tear off a specific section of dough and you leave it behind for your next day's bread, or maybe 2 or 3 days in advance. The yeast will stay alive, and he takes a long time talking about the 3 stages of yeast inside your bread. Now remember, 1797, they did not know what yeast really was. They had no way of understanding exactly its essence. So they just knew that if you used this old dough, that the yeast was still alive in that, and that it would go through these 3 stages of kind of a early fermentation stage, a standard fermentation stage, and then a late stage, which he calls putrid. Bacteria actually starts to live in it, and it gets very sour and almost, well, smelling like rotten bread. That's what happens if we just leave dough around for 3 or 4 days. It starts to go really bad. But he says if we keep feeding this yeast with fresh flour, it will stay in a proper fermentation stage, and we can just keep using it and using it and using it. And so that's the technique that he really wants us to kind of embrace. A technique that was used for hundreds of years over in France and other places in Europe, and even as he was speaking, was starting to be used in places like Edinburgh. I think the reason why in France and other places they're using this old dough technique is because they don't have the fresh yeast either. In that instead of drinking beer and ale, they're drinking wine and they don't have access to that same kind of yeast. So they are kind of forced to use this old dough technique. For the bread that Cochrane suggested, we have just 4 ingredients. And these are the standard 4 ingredients that every real bread in the 18th century is made out of. We have flour, we have water, we have salt, and we have whatever we're using, leaven or yeast. So I've got flour here and a little bit of salt and water, and then we're gonna take this lump of dough from a couple of days ago and we're going to break it up and it'll work its way through our entire loaf. To mix our bread, I'm not even gonna do any great quantity of measuring, and they certainly didn't do that in the 18th century. They took a large pile of flour and they start mixing the ingredients in. We are just trying to get to a certain consistency. After that's all kneaded and mixed together, we're going to set it aside to rise, and we'll let that rise for a couple of hours, maybe longer depending on how warm our environment is. And since this old dough, it may be 3 or 4 generations old, it might take a little bit longer, but that's okay. Maybe it might take all evening or an entire day. But it'll work out as long as we give it a little bit of time and where it's not too cold. After it's risen once, we can go ahead and punch that down, knead it a little bit, and let it rise another amount of time. Generally, it doesn't have to rise quite as long that second time, and form it up into our loaf. Then after its second rising, we can put it right into the oven. Depending on the size of your loaf, if you're baking this into a modern oven, I'd go ahead and set it at 400 degrees, and it might bake for 30 minutes. Bread isn't some magical stuff. It is something that just about anybody can make, and I really want to encourage everyone to try this out. It may not be the perfect loaf of bread like you get in the grocery store, but that's not what they had in the 18th century, and that's not real bread anyway. So what is it like on board ship when you are the cook? What is your ship's galley like? As they move into the 18th century, a special kind of galley stove comes into use, especially in the British Navy, and probably something very similar in other navies. We would kind of recognize it as a stove, wood-fired, with an oven on one side and a very large cooking vessel built into this. This is a very dangerous spot in the ship when you have fire going on, and 18th century ships are basically a big match. The vast majority of cooking on board ship, especially for the common sailors and soldiers, is boiling, and that's why they have this large boiling vessel. You can basically fit everything you need to cook for all those 200 men inside of that vessel. Beside that, there is probably a small oven area. We can imagine this being maybe even half the size of an apartment oven, and possibly even an area so that you can roast off to the side. For smaller ships and gunboats, sometimes the ship's galley is just a small brick hearth with the cooking vessel in that. Again, very dangerous. And if you are at sea and it's a rough sea, maybe you have a storm or there's just big waves, you can't start the stove at all. You're going to eat all your food cold. And you hear about sailors complaining about that over and over again. You might have to go days and days with no hot food. The ship's galley is usually located below decks on these larger military vessels, but on smaller commercial vessels, they might have it bolted on the deck so that it's out there in the wind and sometimes in the weather, but it's also a safer location. And these ship's galleys on these smaller ships might only be, say, 4 feet square. Very, very small kitchen area. They were experimenting with some other kinds of cooking vessels in this time period. They had pressure cookers, sometimes called digesters, but they were very dangerous and sometimes exploded because the people didn't know how to use them. It was very important to keep the sailors happy on board ship. After all, without them, the ship can't sail. And especially on board a man of war like this, there are a lot more sailors than there are officers or the captain. And food is a big part of that. So there's a lot of tradition in the food of the sailors. They expected a certain kind of food. And we would look on their rations of a pound of salt pork or a pound of beef and these hard ship's biscuits and maybe a gallon of small beer as very, very unpalatable food. But compared to the food that most standard workmen were eating during the day in the 18th century, this was considered a very good meal. Not everything they're eating on board ship we would recognize as a complete meal, and some of these were very simplistic. One of the great examples of this is burgoo of the 18th century, and a burgoo on board ship is basically a kind of oatmeal. And again, you can see how if you had to feed 200 men, a giant vat of oatmeal might be exactly what you wanted to be able to cook. Burgoo is one of the simplest dishes for the ship's cook to prepare. He's just going to get his cauldron of water nice and hot and then start pouring in his ground oatmeal. And this is something that is not only popular on board ship, but it's standard fare for just about everyone. Ship's biscuit is what Cochrane is trying to replace. This is the mainstay of the diet of a normal sailor in this time frame. And this is so popular that they would have literally thousands of pounds of ship's biscuit on board ship. This would have a lot of different problems though. It had to be made on shore months at a time. And it would come in giant bags that they would have to keep dry on board ship. And that can be difficult to do. So they would have special tin-lined bread rooms to keep the rats out. And even then, they were attacked by weevils. So many times your ship's biscuit would be full of worms when it was time for you to eat them. Ship's biscuit also took up a lot of room compared to just plain flour. So Cochrane said, maybe we can actually take up a lot less room if we just had kegs of flour and you could bake soft bread on board ship instead of using these hard biscuits. Ship's biscuit are also not just edible right away. You just can't eat these. You'll break your teeth immediately. They have to be soaked. Now, some sailors thought this was the only kind of bread to eat, and soft bread would actually mess up your stomach. So they would complain about soft bread and want hard biscuits instead. These biscuits were very, very handy in situations where you could not cook on board ship. If you have a storm and you can't light your stove, you could feed your sailors and they could sustain themselves on nothing but ship's biscuits. I found it very interesting that his concept of using the old dough technique or the leaven technique to make fresh bread on board ship does not take over. It does not get popular in the least. In fact, it kind of goes the other direction. That ship's biscuit continues to be used for 100 years, even more after this book is printed. And even this old dough technique, sourdough, kind of goes out of favor in the 19th century because the industrialization of the yeast process. So yeast starts to become available in little cakes and in dried yeast. So most of the bread bakers, even in Europe, change over to manufactured yeast. Regardless, it's great to dig into these historical documents to understand what people were thinking in the time period, what was actually popular. So he tells us, even though, he wants to change it to something else, we understand what is popular in the time period and what happens to some of these people's ideas. We've got a couple of different sailor meals here. We've got the burgoo, which is, so much a standard meal. And you can imagine this might be the big meal of the day for a sailor. And this is all they're going to have. A little bit of molasses just to sweeten it up. And then a plain, wonderful oatmeal. I'm not sure how I could work all day and that's the only thing I would eat, but sometimes that's what happened. And now we have the big kind of conclusion here. The bread that Cochrane thinks they should have on board versus the bread they did have on board. And let me tell you, ship's biscuit is tough stuff. You can only eat it without doing any kind of preparation by breaking it into tiny little pieces and sticking them in your mouth and sort of letting them dissolve over maybe a half an hour. This one's been soaking and it's certainly soft enough to eat. But this has been soaking for probably more than an hour, and it's still kind of tough. A bread that is hard to believe anyone could survive upon. Cochrane's bread, no, it doesn't have really big voids in it. It's not your classic white bread. It's a little dense because of the way you would have to make it and how the leaven works. And you know, if we tried this over weeks at a time, it would probably be, you know, a good bit fluffier. But I can understand a meal with this as your kind of bread. But how would you ever on board ship ever be able to make enough loaves? You would need a loaf like this per man per day. You would need to have huge ovens or spend your entire day and even night baking bread in one of these little tiny ovens. He talks about redesigning the oven to make them bigger, but even then I can't imagine it would ever work out. And maybe that's one of the reasons why this was never adopted in the Navy.